My people, where you at? Where you at? Wake up from your slumber, stop sleeping. Whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your. Come on, come on, come on. I know y'all sleeping now. Y'all gotta whip us some more, yeah? Okay, let's go. The people fool us, the people lie to us, the government betray us. They can lie, they can steal, they will not know. I said we tired with their lies, we tired with their promises that led us to a lot of damages. We tired with that speech they preach indeed, and now unique they deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to beat? You see, we just tell you that's why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask. The people fool us, the people lie to us. My people, where you at? Where you at? Wake up.
There is a game, and everybody's supposed to play, but everybody against one man, and that woman is always a moment, yes, because he's a super player. I know. Because he's a brilliant player. That's right. All the opposition setting defense, double defense, triple defense. Hey, but remember, God is not the time on those defenses. He's warming up. Babel is warming up. Yeah, he's jogging, and the crowd is cheering. But one thing I want to tell you, Babe, it's chocolate defense, Babe, chocolate defense, oh yes. You getting gotta pay, you getting gotta pay, you getting gotta pay, Baga chocolate defense, you getting gotta pay, you getting gotta pay, you getting gotta pay, Baga chocolate defense. is a professional player. Is a very, very good dribbler. No matter what kind of defense you build, now I'm wicked you Baba. Oh, me wicked you Karapuge. Hey, oh, me wicked you Griki Kaka. What I watch? Hey, when it comes to, we got it when it comes to. You don't fall, but you come back away. You come back away. Waka, you come back away. The game is on, and defenders. And he be the defenders. And he kicks. And it's a goal. Hey! Chakra their defense. They put on a defense. Cover defense. Trevor defense. Money for parents are skillful player. Hey! Again, gotta be. Again, gotta be. Again, gotta be. Waka chakra their defense. Again, gotta be. Again, gotta be. Again, gotta be. Waka chakra their defense. Great people, Liberia. I want to introduce somebody to you. A man of impeccable character. He's a reconciler, developmental oriented, man of integrity, principle, knowledge and experience. Join him, let's move this country forward. Hey, please be Joseph Boaga. Hey, yeah. The president Joseph Boaga. That Joseph Boaga. That Joseph Boaga. The president Joseph Boaga.
The person that Joseph Boaga, the Papa Chakla, the defense. You know, you know, when Sonic guy was making this song, I didn't think in his mind he thought that we'll come to a day like today where the you know his rivals, his political rivals, thought that he had reached a point where he was sick, couldn't even walk. There were rumors that the old man was paralyzed, had a mild stroke, and all the news were circulating around. And this is a clear indication when they say the Papa Chakla the defense. So now I see surrogates and cronies of the government now, they are uneasy. I see them posting. Some of them are using Facebook nowadays. Since the last 2 days, they're using Facebook like Twitter. They're posting 50 posts in every 30 seconds. That's how much of a defense the Papa have been able to chakla. And this is something we've said here. We said as we approach 2023 October, the Pope people say there will be a cataclysmic conversion. A cataclysmic conversion in the camp of our opponent. You know, they will see no peace because they are uneasy. Elections is right here. The third 6 year was a century. 6 years are over. October, we're going to vote them out. And so they are in panic mode. They're praying. And let me just say this before we go further. You and somebody in a race for a championship, and you're training for the game. You're training. You're going to training camp, and you're training. And a few weeks to the game, one of your opponents, who all of you are part of the competition, comes out and say, telling your supporter, you tell your man, you tell your own player to rest. He can't make it. You tell your other player, say, let him rest.
And that player is the main striker.
Yeah, your main number 9. That's your goal puncher. Then your opponent comes and he say, you know, Abby, I think your number 9 injured. You can't play. You're not forcing on the field. How are you? Why and how are you crying more than the bereaved? We will tell you the Papa didn't tell you he's tired. You tell your woman bench I want number 9 because you have fear. Your defense weak. And our number 9 is a goal puncher. You say no. You don't feed your number 9 because he injured. Now you telling us that our number 9 is injured, and you are our competitor in this race. How you see how naive it sounds? But it just tells you the extent to which people are willing to go just because they fear this one man. They fear this one man. And one of the things I'm excited about supporting Joseph Boaga is
Imagine coming from a country like Liberia, where you've worked in government for over 25 years, at a time where you want to be president for your country for the second time, against a government which is not your government, because the past government you were vice president in and decided to run, against a government that is vehemently opposed to you. Imagine what would have happened in a situation where Bouakai had been involved in corruption. Imagine what would have happened. Imagine how we will have dealt with this issue today. But it gives us inspiration. It gives us hope. It gives us fortitude. It gives us courage. It gives us strength to know that we support a man who is not an angel, but he is a man who has distanced himself, who has positioned himself in ways that it becomes an example to the generation behind him. And all of us should take cue from Ambassador Bouakai's life. Something that we can learn from, and together we can build a decent Liberia. Welcome to class. Today is Friday, the 20th day of January AD 2023. This is the year of elections. Tonight we have with us in studio, we have Mo Ali, Jeremy Matthew Pia, Jupor, Michelle Jupor, all the way there from Banga, Bon County, and Pastor Mo. I'd like to say welcome, gentlemen, to the show. Hopefully we'll be joined by a few persons, maybe via phone, or they will join us in studio. And I made an announcement on the class page today. If I didn't see you in class today, you are NTR. So I'm looking at the list of students now. If I don't see you, your NTR loading. So if you're in class and you want me to go on the page to get you NTR, let me see you say present, so that I can be able to look at the list and see who. Oh yeah, I see Clarence, I see Tanu, Fanny Sibo, Yiman Williams, Christopher Weaves, Comfort, Guyan, Washington, Weddy Thompson, Samuel Sarabasa, Gary McCall, Prince, Geraldine Justice, Patricia Marcus, Melvin Augustine, Gemme Smith, Newman, Melvin Adaman Phillips. Oh, I see all the students, and Solomon, Bawosili Solomon. I see Napla, Augustine Napla, Dishos Jacob Emmanuel, Daniel Mimba, George Yue. I see Jimmy Eastman, all the way there in Washington. I see Inosio Segbe, Josephine Male, Sekou Soare, Isaac Flomo Dukle, Swallow, Charles Coleman, Clarence Benson, Prince Dolo, Sami Doman, Aloysius Port Alpha, Gongoli, Yekeka Wei, Vivian Eastman, Jonathan Banks, Kamara Mvwafwe, Mende Yawa, I see Samuel Charles, Lucia James, Arthur Penny, Eric Sickett, the great Eric Sickett side. How are you, my brother? Manuel Rue Costa, Theophilus Jigbe, how are you? James, Randall Thomas, how are you, my brother? Daniel Heimer, Matthew, Bobo, Human, James, Matthew, Zico, Khalifa, Sharif, Gertrude, Mohammed Dukle, Amos, Moba, Aaron, Butler, Henson, Tamasa, Morris, Masale. I said the people, I see Musu, Yape, Gadolo, Aaron Siafa, how are you, my brother? Daniel Sherman, Christopher Pewy, Jerry Bwaka, Maurice Siakali, Edwin Jackson, Justin Mann. What? Christopher Pewy, Edwin Jackson. I see everybody. The class photo, the James Pima, Lavala, I see Charles Russell, James. I see Matthias, Bernard. I see everybody showing favor, man. Christopher, King Cyrus, Fanny, Jimmy Hodge, Hughes, John Weah, Geraldine Tubet, Farrah Horace, Jonah Kemmer, Henry Wama, all the way there from, I see Charles Young, the man who came to class live. I met Charlie, who has more technical team in the background. Samuel, Kenyeta, Eli. I say everybody. Let me say welcome to all of you. Marcus, Teneng, Padi there. Chokon, Comfort, Douglas, Emmanuel, Momo Sandy Manning, how are you, my brother? Quinam, Bima, Emmanuel Flomo, and everybody. You know, you're plenty here today. Would like to say thanks to you all for for coming. Just share the show. Please share the show. Please share. Invite as many persons as you can. Today is going to be very interesting. We'll have a lot in store. Our panelists have a lot to talk about today. As he says, Phoebe Warity and everybody, and Nipa, Kuda, Brian, Shedra Wilson, Mohammed Watson. See everybody, Adrian Mason, Matthias. How are you all? Prince, Moivi, Jacobs. Tell me, the great legend, Mark. How are you, my brother? Boaka Hina, Anthony Fofana, Safiatu So, Wade Thompson, Clarence Wadsworth, Ibrahim Snutton, Sheikh S.S. Kamara, Soman Pascal, and everybody. Matthew Bobo, and everybody watching from Virginia. Matthew, how are you? And so I'd like to say thanks to you. Let's say hats off to all of our radio stations. Bushra Radio FM 98.1 in Monserrado, Premium FM 98.1 in Bangabon County, Radio Dupa FM 89.1 in Grand Bassa, Voice of Lofa FM 99.3 in Lofa, Vonjima Lofa, Radio Joy Africa FM 97.5 for beg your pardon in Magibi County, and of course our very own Voice of Compa FM 106.5 all the way there in Compa City, Nima County. Today is Friday. It's the last day of the week. It's an exciting day to be here as we usher in the weekend. On tonight's edition, as always, we will begin the conversation with what's trending. We'll go across the floor. Our panelists will weigh in on trending national issues, and then we'll move the conversation to talk about general discussions tonight. We'll talk about JMB's his program yesterday, the endorsement over lots of guys under the name Disenchanted Seditions. Disenchanted Sedition endorsed the candidature of Ambassador Boaka yesterday at a very elaborate program held at the party's headquarters there on Broad Street. There is one interesting fact about Broad Street and the UP. A lot of people don't know this interesting fact. Let me share a secret. The first time UP ever won the presidency, the party headquarters were on Broad Street. The first election UP ever won in their history as a political party, the headquarters was on Broad Street. The party left Broad Street, went Congo Town. The party is back on Broad Street. And so you pay attention. It's called the divine connection. Pastor is Reverend Moye, he knows about what we call a divine connection. There's this divine connection. You see, we're back on Broad Street after many years, and so let's pay attention to that. So we have with us Kamate Dian. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing your name the right way. I'm assuming he's from OLM, right? Good. So we'll talk about what's happening. You can hear us, Kamate?
I can hear you very clear and loud.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. I'm just making sure. So we have Kamate with us. He's from OLM. OLM is the organization of Liberian in Minnesota. As we know, there is this issue about the closure of the consulate there. We've been told that the contract to do the visa application has been outsourced to a company that is non-Liberian. I think there are some issues there. I don't know the detail. Komate will drag us through it shortly. And so we'll also have Andrew. Andrew will join us from all the way there in Cape Mount County to talk about the Western Cluster. So Komate will once we do our roundup, I'll put you backstage a little bit. Once we do our roundup, I'll bring you on, and then we'll start the first phase of the conversation with what's happening in Minnesota. And then we'll talk about it for like maybe 15-20 minutes, and then we'll bring in the other guys. So let me beg your pardon. Let me just put you backstage for like the next few minutes while we do our round. Okay?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. I see Manja. Manja.
Yes, sir. You need to arm me up. Yeah.
Yeah, I will. But I got to do some people. All my Facebook page, everything locked page 1, page 2. I think I got to the page 3 down. I don't know people.
Yeah.
But you know what I'll do? I'm going to log on my page and delete some.
Maybe you just need to do the one where they follow you.
Yeah, but I like that. I like that way it look. I just think it's braggadocious to appear like you're some celebrity on your page to say, get follower. I don't want to have follower. I want to have friends.
Anyway, let's go to our trending issue because I got
So
some
Ali,
burning
I
stuff
see you
on my mind.
excited about this trending issue.
Also, what happened to the OMN guy? He just came on and he disappeared.
No, he hit it back. I want us to do our round and we'll bring it on.
All right, and then let me just see if we can do you start your trending issue. It's a very good thing that you recognize people. Because people they are making the same sacrifice that we're making will come here every 3 times a week. So it's a good thing, but the only binge I see about it, and you always see it happening. A few persons will always come and complain, say you're not coordinating because you see some other person watching the show at a time, you can't call all 600.
Yeah, now lock it back.
Exactly. So you got that's the reason why I'm raising it. So you can already make that disclaimer.
Yeah.
It's not possible for you to name everybody who's watching. So whenever you fall in the lucky ticket at 7, when you fall there, yeah, 7. No need for us to say, oh, you're not recognizing me. You're recognizing the other person. I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah. I need the boy already asked me to address the issue. I do. So
Steven, let me start off from there. So you know, Stanton is a friend, but I understand that this guy, most often he wants to be sensational on his show, so he lies a lot most of the time. He gave information that are a million miles away from the truth. He knows nothing about the program yesterday. No Unity Party person, not a single one, called him to complain. He doesn't understand what happened yesterday. But I know his personal reason why he will go on his show to lie. So yesterday, in fact, the day before yesterday, I went to see JMB, and they talked about this program, and the chairman personally asked me, Chairman Luther Tappe, to go on to attend the program. He wanted my presence there. And even though I had other engagement, but the chairman asked me, I couldn't say no. So I went there. And Lansana Fofana, the former youth chair, was the MC for the program. He came to me and said, look, Ezzy, former Ezzy, you are the program. The people need to see your face. So since you've been interacting with the Standard Bearer a lot of late, we will call you to introduce the Standard Bearer to the program. And so I accepted. So when I came to introduce the Standard Bearer, they called me on the stage. And when they called me on the stage, I gave, a little background, the Unity Party, and the Secretary General, Andrew Masale, came straightly to me and said, sorry, Amos 12.
You said Andrew Masale, almost asked you.
Because Andrew been giving me a hard time today. Amos, sorry, Amos will hold me in contempt. The current Secretary General came to me. He said, oh, my man, the political leader of the Liberty Party is on the stage. She hasn't spoken. So you need to call her out for 2 minutes to give a statement. And all those who watch the show, they saw the Secretary General walk to me. Now, this guy goes on his show and lies about everything. Like I would usually say, he lies from both sides of his mouth. He even went on to say that the political leader of the Liberty Party was not invited, which is a blatant lie. The chairman, Luther Tappe, invited her, and he was even concerned that she wasn't coming. So while we were at the program, the chairman kept calling her to say, Madam Political Leader, you need to be at this program. We want you here. If you watch the program, that's why Senator Yombly Kanga Lawrence even came late at the program, because she had other engagements. So because of the plea from our chairman, the political leader of the Liberty Party came. So she could not have been there. This is the second biggest opposition political party. The political leader was invited. She could not have come to such important program, and you don't allow her to make a comment. So the Secretary General quickly wrote to me and said, please call the political leader of the Liberty Party first. And so I had to change gear from initially what I was saying to say, but we have one of our biggest allies here, and did the introduction and invited Yombly to speak for 2 minutes before I came back to invite our standard bearer. Now, but here is the thing. Stanton has got this notion that he wants to have a say on political parties.
He's a political godfather.
He's a political godfather. And so he can go and say anything. I'm sure he stated that on his show, that if any political leader or standard bearer takes a senator to be running mate, he will not support that person and he will campaign against that person. Look, we're not working here by your feelings. We're not working by what you feel. I am a political actor. I have my right to support who I want. And my position has not been any secret. And then he went on to say, when Yombly came, people walk away. Unity Party people walk away. He followed light on his show to say, Unity Party people who were disenchanted called him. I challenged Stanton Witherspoon to call a name of any single Unity Party person. As a matter of fact, if you were following the show, there was huge cheering when Yombly appeared.
Of course.
And when Yombly was called to speak, there were people in the crowd shouting, VP, VP, Rescue 2. That is not for me to say. That was not for me to say over there. That's what the people felt. So he needs to stop that. If you want to campaign against Yombly, that is your right. But do not lie on the show. You have several radio stations carrying your voice. So I just thought to clarify that. And you know, Stephen, on and on this JMB sickness thing, I see people who will be rushing to say, we want opposition unity, we want opposition unity. But the post from some of the key ANC people, Remy Gray, Muna Fahad, denigrating Joseph Boakai because of his health status or because he just fell ill and went to hospital. And there are a whole lot of trash to say. Whole lot of trash they had to say. Then something happened again. Night before last, in the evening hour actually, Daniel Sando of the Liberty Party and Alvin Wisse, they were on Voice of Liberia discussing JMB's sickness. When they call in and say, oh, Alvin Wisse, your father is not well. He left the show, and when the next day he posted that his father passed. It's a sad thing. We sympathize with him. But this goes to show.
But even the senator for Lofa County, I heard he could.
Yeah, we're going to come to that. Charles Robert went on a point and said, oh, how old was your father? I guess JMB is older than him. Anyway, my condolences. We sympathize with him. But these are the things that happen. You don't go about denigrating people because they got sick. And like I said yesterday to the program, JMB is no robot. That other man, Joseph Jala, he was sitting in session Lofa has a tradition. I don't care what you do. They all agree that Kisi people that they are uncle. And they were having some conversation. And he said, "Oh, Joseph Boakai is my former uncle." So the soup beginner, they carry a petition. They are against the fact that the president has nominated 2 Southeasterners to the Human Rights Commission. So they carry a petition to the Senate, asking the Senate not to confirm the 2 Southeasterners. So the pro tem asked Joseph Jada, who should be well and fit and way younger than Joseph Boakai, to go and accept the petition. Before they begin, they can finish doing battle cry and introduce the comrade chair of the Vanguard Party. The man started trembling, going down. They brought chair for him to sit down. Bocha had to go and heal him to help him up. And they carry him upstairs.
I mean, I always tell people about God. You not fear God, you're in trouble. That's
exactly. So all these people, most time we see people, Paul Morgan, Joseph Boakai, you see something happen to them. Our friend from ANC, he stood on the football field, discussed Joseph Boakai in the most demeaning way. How he's sick, he did. The next day when he got up with massive stroke, the mouth all got twisted. He's still recovering. You can see that I also don't leave a man alone. So just to repeat, Stanton lied blatantly on his show. Thank you, Stevie.
So who the 2 Southeasterners the president named to the commission?
I don't even know their name. They call their name, but they named 2 Southeasterners to the Human Rights Commission. And
the government of Southeastern government, you will not be surprised.
Every judge said the entire government for Southeast. They get a no located job. But you know, I think you said it well. You know, most of the time we don't like to talk about Spoon TV. Not because we not because of any particular reason, but more because we don't want to think that they're at the level where we should pay attention to them. But again, we're in election season. We have to pay attention to every propaganda out there. So we pay attention. Most of the time, our supporters will send us clips about this event. We're listening and talk about it. You know, Dr. Famula in his wisdom spoke about people who get crashed their way into politics. He spoke about people who get crashed their way into politics. Unfortunately, we've not been able as a country to build a political class, a structured political class where people who will make it big politically will be people who come from who have the foundational basis. Yeah, people mute a little bit. People who have the foundational basis about the fundamental understanding about the issues, the geopolitical setting, and by extension, how our politics and our history has evolved over the years. And so one of the things we've seen is that people with little money will enter the political space and use their money to buy relevance. And once they use their little money and buy relevance, then they think that they're part of the national conversation. They can push the decision of our people. And this is why most of the time we tell our supporters, when you go listen to this show and get angry, don't come here, stay there. Because a show is supposed to be somewhere where you have people with the analytical or depth, the intellectual curiosity to be able to analyze things and make a reasonable judgment based on the facts. But there's more like a tableau. And in fact, people who sat on those very same show have called it a tableau. This is not just people who just sat there, but people who were part of the show. They were panelists. They were in chat rooms with them. They were getting updates. They were part of the conversation for months. Left from there and call it a tableau. You saw the likes of even Kiatamba had to leave because of the level of intellectual depth there. He felt it was beneath his curiosity. And so he had to leave. And so this guy just says some of his shows and just throws out garbage at people and just throw a lie. Why you? What has Yombly done to you that you're gonna attack her because if for any reason Braga chooses her? Why? Who are you to determine that? It's none of your business, my man. Let's let all of us keep this thing intelligent and civil so that we can have a very, very civil election. Because we're not gonna sit the next 9 months to allow anything to slap. These are critical months, and we have to pay keen attention. Chupor, let me go to you quickly from Bong, and then Pastor Mo. Manja, you give an update from Cape Man briefly in your training issue, if you have, or just general issue that you abreast with, and then Pia will do it. So let's do it quickly. Let's do 3 minutes, and then Pia will take us. We'll round up the training issues.
So I just want to say good evening to all of us following, and it is a pleasure being on the show this evening. So many issues from Bank. Number one trending issue from my end this evening. The chairperson of Unity Party, in person of Mr. Amos Twe, he has revealed that the CDC-led government Popo Agenda for Prosperity and Development, or the PAPD, is a complete mess. Now, he actually spoke to a team of local reporters in Bank of recent when he paid Kotos a visit, and he said, during the 2017 general election, President George Manneh Weah, in his wisdom, published that in his PAPD agenda, he's going to alleviate 1 million Liberians out of poverty. But something he said, up to present, it is a political fiasco. Even the total number of people who are suffering or who have gone down the poverty line have even increased by far. And then another one he stressed was according to the World Bank Economic Outlook report on Liberia, it says about 526,000 people were promised of being given jobs under this regime of the Liberian government, under the regime of President George Manneh Weah, and affecting all of the 15 counties. But something according to him, job provided by this government cannot even reach the 500,000 correctly. And majority of those jobs provided are not even, equally dispensed. They are not affecting all of the county. Something he stressed is just something you people mentioned just now. The majority of the jobs are from the Southeastern, when you observe that hierarchies within this government are elected or are selected from the Southeastern side. So something he said is a complete political fiasco under the regime of President Dr. George Manneh Weah and Vice President Joel Howard Taylor. And said, as an ordinary citizen, he's disenchanted. That's by being a fighter, and he's the chairperson of the former ruling Unity Party. But he says he's even much more disenchanted as ordinary citizen, because he said without his portfolio, if he was even supporting this government, then long since he has crossed over, because he said this government has miserably failed the Liberian people, and then he used the means to quote on people within Bank and Liberia by extension to actually vote this government out if they want their child or children future to be better tomorrow. And he further recommended that Joseph Nyeman Boakai is the best alternative who can liberate the Liberian people at the House of Parliament beyond 2024. So another issue from my end this evening, an investigative report has revealed that majority of the health sectors within Bank lacks those basic social necessities. So basic materials namely include medication, those equipment to carry out surgical operations, and several other materials at those various health facilities. So inside sources within the CB Doma Maternity Hospital revealed to me that the only machine being used by them to carry out operation is like a push and start, wherein before a person can be operated on, they usually knock it for the light to come on or so, and so that if there is a little light, then they can quickly start to do the operation. And you will actually be mad to know that this machine we're talking about, it is not actually 100% functional, because according to him, on the region of ex-president Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, those materials were all intact. Some of these things were actually catered to. But unlike present government, that's the only machine for operation is under a deplorable condition. They have to knock it, like push and start stuff before even it can come on. And this has been greeted with mixed reaction from citizens, and majority of them actually called on the government to make the things happen. That is to actually bring those needed materials if the lives of people must be safe. And it will interest you to know that majority of the people, some of those people who actually undergoes operation at that facility usually come out, not 100% of living further. And that's something huge. That's a very huge threat. Okay, that's a very huge threat when posted to the livelihood of our people in this side of the country. And so quickly, just to conclude, Bong County Senator Honorable Prince Kiamomo Sune has actually brought to the plenary issue of this controversial MNG Go Liberia. And this is a mining company based in Bong, specifically in Kokoya Statutory District. This is a company that is on record of its controversy. Memorandum, scribed between them and the government. They have not even, adhering to these memorandum. And there is even information that this MNG Go Liberia is departing the county, wherein majority of what was promised have not been completed. Namely roads and several other promises under the memorandum. Some of these have not even been addressed. And now there is, talks in the street corners that this MNG Go Liberia is departing the county. So the county senator has brought it to this plenary, and of course he says he's going to be vocal on it in making sure that MNG Go Liberia provide those needed materials to inhabitants of Kokoya Statutory District. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Pastor Mo.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say good evening to my brother there, Andrew Masale, there in Kitmount. I also want to say good evening to Jupo and our many viewers and the other panelists. I want to thank God for such an opportunity and another beautiful Friday. There's a lot of training issues confronting Liberia and Liberians. I want to be grateful to God for the turnout yesterday at the Unity Party headquarters. Yesterday, I could see a youthful Liberians, young generational Liberians, eager for a better Liberia, want to see Liberia move to the next level, not wanting Liberia to be where it is. As Jupo was giving his training issues, I can imagine young kids in Liberia as his age or wish they had such opportunity to sit on a national platform and talk about trendy issues confronting our nation. We know that under the leadership of Honorable Boakai, those opportunities will be given to the young kids. Yes, I'm not in Liberia. I can't remember when last they had children broadcasting in the month of December under George Weah government. So those were where young children were able to develop the skill to be a journalist in the future. One of my training issues have to do with an incident that took place in Liberia, January 11, 2023, where a 12-year-old girl allegedly killed a 17 years old girl. Like I told you all, I have an informer within the security sector, and my informer always update me with issues confronting Liberia. My question to him was, what about the armed issues that were discovered in Liberia? He said that case has been laid to rest. No one in the LMP is talking about that case. And I think we all need to continue to talk about that case concerning the arms, because if the LMP that had a sensational press briefing on those arms and are gone dead on those arms, there is a big question mark for us that up to now they have not come to the public. Also, I saw in it a newspaper, the front page newspaper with a sensational headline under the caption, Burger bounces back. Burger bounces back. So I don't know where Burger went for him to bounce his back. And it says that Burger proved good health in public when appearance at the Unity Party headquarters. So many of the detractors of the Unity Party and of Honorable Joe Boyka had gone into silence. Just before I leave, on just 40 seconds, yesterday I was not working, I was at home, and there was this program. I really don't like to discuss other platform. There was this program on social media from SKTV, and they were having a voting. And the main topic were, why can the opposition unite? What did you see that you calling on for opposition to unite? And the form in voting thing was like, if this person is not in a race, who's going to be your next candidate to vote for? But everybody that called in said, Joseph Boyka, I will vote for Joseph Boyka. I have no second option. I will vote Joseph Boyka 1. I will vote Joseph Boyka 2. I will vote Joseph Boyka 3. And they halted the voting process and started to latch at the voter. Why you Unity Party people? Why you people are like this? Why you can have a second alternative? And I called in and I said, you may not agree with me, but it is wrong. You consider yourself as an election commission. You are telling people to vote. You should be the last one to come up with your funding. So when these people finish voting, then you come up with your funding. But they can't be voting and you lashing at them. He said, why are you being? I said, yeah, you know. You're saying why these people are behind this sick man. And I think you are wrong. I think you are not neutral. And many people come on the platform. And that one thing I respect Honorable Pia for. And he said this boldly on this platform. He said, we are not here, we are not advocates. We are propagandists, and we are here to push our candidate agenda. We are here because of Joseph Boyka. So if you come in here with different issues, it will not work. And he was straight into the point. And people need to understand, you can't be pushing agenda for somebody else, and you honor this guy. I know I don't have a candidate. You lie. You do have a candidate. You can no more fool us. That is why I tell people as I leave under 10 seconds. Many pastors in Liberia, they lie to the Liberians, say they are neutral. Deep down in their hearts, they are not neutral. Me sitting on this platform, I'm an ordained pastor and a certificated and lesson pastor that can officiate any program. But you know what? The God that we serve is not neutral. So I'm not going to be neutral. We come there, if it calls for us to go dirty, we will go dirty. When it comes for us to go clean, we will go clean. Thank you.
we'll pray God you will not go dirty, Pastor. Andrew, let's hear your training issue. Just keep it short, please. 3 minutes. I think you're muted, Andrew. You got unmute.
Okay. Yeah, Zizu, what's up? Long time.
Oh, man, it's been a while, man. Since we came out the last time.
Yeah, very more.
My own brother.
Yeah, okay. So that goes straight into Grand Cape Mount County, and I've come on this platform with an open mind.
Okay.
And I can be held liable for what I say on this platform, and I'm cognizant of that, and I'm prepared for the consequences thereof. And so I'm prepared to make sure to say nothing but the truth on this platform. So I will go straightly into, I have been doing some investigation on the county development funds of Grand Cape Mount. And since this administration came into power, we haven't had any substantial developmental programs funded by the county development funds, especially coming from county development fund and social development funds. So I've been launching an investigation on that. And yesterday, if I posted on my page, because I run a platform called the Beta Truth. And I invited the treasurer. After making an appointment with him, he agreed to come to the show. And I show in a show. My show, I say, I see. No diplomacy. Yeah, you have diplomacy. Me, my show, no diplomacy. I tell you straight in your face and tell you how I feel. The only thing I can use the 3-letter words, but I use any kind of word I feel I can use just to get my message across. So I invited the treasurer to come on the program, and 2 minutes to the time, I called to make a follow-up, and he reneged. But I knew you were not going to appear anyway. So what I did cleverly, I had an alternative from the United States. The former superintendent of Grand Cape Mount County, Malantene Sisi Paraba, was on the standby. I did not tell him I had an alternative. So soon he reneged. I said, fine. That's how I went for the superintendent to come and tell us the procedure under the Unity Party-led government, how they used to receive the county development funds, how many times they received the county development fund, the procedures and everything. And we talk about it. But let me tell you what is happening right now with the county and social development funds of Cape Mount. Since this administration came into power, we have not had a funded project in the county from the county and social development funds. And so we went recently last month to have a county sitting. And you know, the budget year is almost to elapse. So once you don't have a county sitting to draw a resolution to come out with projects, automatically, once the budget year elapses, which does it also make sense to me. This is all being in finance ministry. Why will you allot $1 million to a county for a project? You getting me? Maybe getting that money, it was difficult, and the budget year elapsed. Then you say the people can't receive that money because the budget year elapsed. So where did the money go? Because the money was placed in the budget. So it's confusing, you know.
So they transfer it to something, they move it to another line item.
No, but the budget is a law.
Yeah. So they can. So you see, normally when they go to the recast, that's when they move money around.
Yeah, but why would you want to move money that will benefit the people directly?
Because the government ain't getting interest in the people. You've seen that 6 years, Andrew, 6 years. This government been in power 6 years, not a single project in Cape Mount. So
what is happening right now is that we passed a resolution that almost captured almost $1 million. It will interest you to note that the finance ministry said
you got 1 minute to do your training so I can go to PR. Then we'll
yeah,
to
the finance ministry is telling us they can give $200,000 Liberian. Insignificant.
What's the exchange rate in Liberia?
Well, it's around 155.
So that's a little bit over $1,000.
Yes.
So the whole country.
What do you do? And you get a resolution that capture almost $1 million. So the next training issue is the security. We are going close to elections, and we're taking this for joke. You know, there are a lot of infiltration from Sierra Leone, people coming across to infiltrate our elections in Liberia. I can tell you for a fact, I've been talking to key security personnel in the county, and I can tell you this for free. You can go and do your investigation. The largest district in Grand Cape Mount County have only 2 police officers they don't even carry arms. 2. More Ariwa County Development Officer for Grand Cape Mount County, 2011, more. The There was a pickup assigned to the county that pickup they still using since 2011.
Wow.
The
Yeah, I
police,
remember that white pickup.
yeah, that Land Cruiser. They still using that pickup. You can imagine since 2011. The police don't have a vehicle to move around in the county. What they normally do is that they get a huge concentration of police personnel at the B Mountain, armed to the teeth, just to mind the installation of the B Mountain company. So when anything happens, sometimes they have to call the B Mountain and beg them, say, look, beg your police officer to come and handle issues in the county. So it's just terrible, and we shouldn't depend on the security currently in the county. If there is nothing done about empowering the police, the immigration, the DEA, I see serious problem. Then the last issue, the issue of drugs. Cape Mount is a Muslim-dominated county. When you were growing up, there were no semblance of drugs in Cape Mount. But I can safely tell you now that in Robertsport alone, I have done my investigation. They have 11 ghettos. The young boys and young girls are living on drugs. They go on the beach. I didn't hear nobody saying, way up the place there, where the rocks.
Yeah, yeah.
Children under the age of 12 years old, they are in the nightclub, involved with prostitution. I get video recording. I interviewed the gender person, one party, Nimne. She told me that as the age 12, there's a lady that carried a complete age 12. She was already involved 2-3 years ago in prostitution in Robertsport. So it's a serious and it's spread out. There is no town in Cape Mount don't have a ghetto right now. The youth are living on drugs. So it's an issue of concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Maja. Andrew, Pia, if you're there.
Yes, I'm here. So here's the first thing I want to talk about, and I guess a lot of people will not like it. We all believe that Joseph Boakai will be elected as president because he's a choice of the Liberian people, and he got the following. But at times, the way the people that are supposed to be the Boakai followings are not just committed and loyal to anything brings about a lot of questions as to whether they are. And let me say this for the record. In the next 5 to 6 shows of the class Reloaded, if the people who say they support Joseph Boakai cannot come here and watch this show and that a live view will be more than 600 persons watching at a time, I will leave the show. And I will find a different way to contribute to Joseph Boakai's election process. We got to be very honest to ourselves. The same people who say they support Joseph Boakai, who hardly want to do anything to support the things that are geared towards helping Joseph Boakai, they all are in other places. All over. All kind of funny show all around the place. And no matter what Mo Ali saying that there are some people now who run in talk show and they are assuming that they have so much power, they can decide who will be president and they threatening who they will support, who they will not support, depending on who people choose. Because our own followers are the cause. Because sometimes you say and wonder why these people are sincere. So there are many ways people can contribute to having Joseph Boakai elected. If you cannot support this initiative that we are
campaign on.
Yeah, I would disengage. I'm saying that, put it on the record. I would disengage from the show. I got
we shut it down and we just
I got children to take care of. I got my wife here, I got my children here, I got my family here. We got serious family issues to take care of. If we compromise and we come here to do something and you can't even support why we all say we should do together, hell, then it doesn't worth it. So put it down. If you people cannot embrace what we're doing here and support it the way you should support it, I will leave. But I will leave. And I'm not saying I will leave not to support Boakai because there are so many things I can do to support Boakai's election. But I will disengage for something that very people who say they are Boakai followers are not prepared to engage in the first place. They got different shows. Go and see what some of the same people do. I don't want to call it a name because it doesn't make sense to attack anybody. But go and see the way people embrace different things. That some of the things are not even, So how can you be telling us that you support Joseph Boakai when things that have been done to elevate and promote Joseph Boakai are not supported by you in the first place? You don't even have the patience and the stomach to follow it. That's just, it doesn't make sense to me. Seriously, it doesn't make sense, Stevie. And I will disengage from that. That's one. Number two, I just want to tap into what Mo Ali talked about during his trending issue. You know what is more dangerous about people who believe that they know everything is that these are the people who can destroy society. Nobody on this song will know everything, including me who's sitting right here on this platform with you guys. When I was listening to the guys, I went to watch the repeat of the show because somebody called my attention to it. And to be able to talk about something, you must be informed about what it was. So I want to pay attention to it. My first disappointment about all of them who were discussing what they were discussing is that it was all about their personal opinion and not based on anything that was professional. So take, for example, there is something called protocol. People are employing government. They call somebody chief of protocol of the republic. They call somebody chief of protocol at the executive mansion. So that's a career path. And protocol would demand certain actions. And if somebody does something consistent with the action as is required by protocol, and that's not what you discuss, but it's your feelings, then something wrong with you. Then something is seriously wrong with you. So, if we're having a program, say they're having a national program in Liberia. 1 minute, Stevie, my daughter ringing the bell.
But let me, why PR go grab this stuff? Let me say this. And when we first started to talk about NTR, so it was interesting to know that the government in the last 5 years, the government made 292 promises. 292 promises. Out of the 292 promises, the government were only able to achieve 24. 24 out of 290. Out of 292, the government were able to. Yeah, Pia, go ahead.
Yeah, so sorry. So, take for example, the current government is having a program, and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf just drive into that program. And maybe because Ellen Johnson is the kind of person who is connected, maybe before she could come to that program, the head of state is at her place. And she says to that head of state, oh, I have this program to go, let's go there. By the reason of those people who were discussing yesterday, when they arrived there, they should not recognize that head of state that went there with Ellen because that head of state was not invited. Who thinks like that? Something gotta be wrong with you. That they should not pay attention to that head of state. And the basis you're using for your argument is that you take a program sheet and you post in the program sheet and say, there's a program sheet. The person need not on it. And because of the program sheet, you assume you get yourself the authority to say the person was not invited. But I agree that the person was not invited. Protocol demands that whether invited or not, if a certain category of people arrive at an occasion, invited or not, they will be treated the way they're supposed to be treated, consistent with protocol. And all the people, some of the people who sitting on our platform, they are learned. Some of them got PhD according to them. Some got double or triple masters according to them. Some are former government officials. Eugene Fagoy is on that show. And I must give him his credit. He argued against their argument. The only thing is that he did not make reference to, you don't know what protocol requires. And whatever they did is consistent with protocol. He didn't say that, but he didn't agree with them on their argument. So I'm going to give that to him. But with all their degrees and PhD and all other two, if you don't know that by simple protocol, if somebody of certain stature arrive at a program, whether invited or not, you treat them consistent with what the protocol demands, then something is wrong with you. And this is kind of approach that is so destructive. The fact that the 6 of us sitting down here and talking national issues will not mean that we know everything. And we come here and have opinion on everything. And even when people are doing the thing the right way, we disagree and want to criticize as though we know everything. Who does that? The people had their program. Fortunately, the Unity Party is a former ruling party. The vice president was vice president of the republic. He knows better. He knows what should be done consistent with protocol when certain people of certain class, of certain stature arrive at a place. So they did that consistent with what is demanded. You sit down, blindsided, know nothing, you really understand what you're discussing about, you criticize it. And everything they want to carry propaganda to it, the same thing we were saying at the other time. When other political parties see the MPP put, they were almost killing themselves. They're not story to those people. All the crashes going on in CDC, they're not story to them. But Unity Party had a nice program, beautiful program, well planned, well executed. And the big story of that program is these same people running around like Joseph Boakai can walk, he crippled, he's sick, he gets stroke, all your hand bent. The main crux of that program was that the man you say has stroke walked. He got down from a vehicle, walked, got on stage. In fact, at the time they were playing his song, Oben Boakai getting canopy, he danced briefly. No, that's not an issue for you. You're trying to take the attention away from that because you think that's your work and put it to things that make no sense, like why nobody went there, why they moved the KMSC and made all to sit down. You know protocol, you all were in government before. When last were you in government? You live in the US throughout. The fact that you got 1 or 2 cents, go buy a radio station and all over the place, you think it makes you what? That you know more than all the other people are saying down there? You don't wear in government before? So something got to be seriously wrong with these people. Whatever the people did that was consistent, it was according to the protocol. And as Mo Ali said, they don't want to be like some kind of political godfather and he's sitting down there that people walk away and people are calling him and this, that, and blah, 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 blah. And by the way, Mo, I did not hear Mo say he said you were not supposed. Who told you, you know, the party when you're supposed to go, he said when Nyobi is made running, you were not supposed. I thought you should be journalist. You're running a network of radio station, you should be supporting anybody. Do your work as an independent journalist. We here, we say we're political commentators. And we are Unity partisans, either Unity partisans or Joseph Boakai supporters. So yes, we got to do that. But you say you're journalist. You're buying all the media institutions in Liberia. It is not your place to say you're supposed to marry and you're not supposed to marry. And if you want to support people, we already know who you're supposed to stay there. Joseph Boakai, the whole decision he will make about the country as to who a running mate will be, would that be based on whether he wants somebody who's sitting on one network making noise every day support? And you will determine for the Liberian people who they elect? You think they really listen to you like that? That's why you think about yourself? That you will be the one to tell them who they will vote for in 2023? Jesus Christ. How people think about themselves that Mo Ali is doing. What is this? What is this? Is that how people think about themselves?
You know, it is even the lie in that statement that got me angry to say that Unity Party people call me. Look,
but you
forget about that, Mo. The show was live. Everybody saw it. And this guy claimed that people walk away from the show because you called nobody Kangalora in the chest. 1, 2, he's not with you. He know what happened. I saw Amos Tuet talking to you. But this guy was on a show to say it was you, Mo Ali, because you're one of the proponents of the people who support Nyobi. It was you who took upon yourself to decide to call Nyobi to speak, contrary to what the party wanted.
That's why I said he lies from both sides of his mouth.
What is that?
He knows nothing about UP program.
And quickly about
they say UP people call him.
Yeah, let me just end my training. The other thing you talked about earlier. What I wish God could do, and we don't want to be like the other people, but what I wish God could do is not to be striking people who are connected to the people who misbehaving, but strike those people themselves. I wish it was Alvin Wizard himself who got struck and not his father. Because the innocent old man was somewhere. He didn't get down for the nasty politics his son doing. His son sat on radio station to go discuss somebody's health. And strictly the news he gave is to talk about the old man's death. I wish that was himself. Because he deserved that and not the old man. He was celebrating somebody's sickness, praying for somebody to die. He deserved that. And I wish he had gotten it. And we say this thing over and over, left and dead, lives with God. Look at the Jala situation you're talking about. You got your own health issue. We sympathize with it because we human beings also will get sick. If you're sick, you're sick. But you're all focused on Joseph Boakai. Yeah, you call soup in there. You can't present petition. You ain't got to stand on your feet to receive it. All your 4 3 people got to rescue you. So you stop this health game that you're playing because it's not in anybody's interest.
Boakai had to be the main rescue one.
Yeah, it's not in anybody's interest. You don't look. Some people you can even get up for your house in the morning. You're not sick. Nobody knows you to be sick.
Okay, you collapse.
You just collapse. And what happened to? Sorry to be mentioned in the other time, just as an example. And what happened to our brother and friend Daniel Cassell?
Exactly.
The family didn't have any record that he was sick. In fact, when he woke up that money, I explained the other day. Yeah, the children went out, they came back, he did gym, he got gym in your house.
But yeah, look at you, our brother. Look at our brother, Judas Berry.
Yeah, Berry. Berry was right here in love of fitting with me. Berry, all of you used to see that Berry was there together every day.
Every day, nobody knew Berry was sick.
On the eve of Berry's death, he and I talked. We didn't meet that particular day, we talked. Well, he took his fiancée, they went to New Jersey because he had a medical. They stayed there the whole day. The next day, I was laying in my bedroom, waking me up to say Julius died. So that's what death is. So what the heck, where you're coming from with all the your celebration about? And then let me close this issue with this. You know, governance is very serious, but only we are government, we have reduced governance to nothing. A year Paul made an argument, nobody go to school to be president. Yes, nobody go to school to learn how to be president. But people learn how to govern. Being president is a part of governance. The president is governing. So that's why it is. But we have reduced the measuring rod of governance so much so that governance is just a playground. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I want to see an official of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf openly going after a state person with one post after the other and survive in that position. There was an assistant minister, I think he was assistant minister of the coin crowd. When he last me, I don't remember. They said he had an altercation with a police girl.
Yeah, he was from District 8.
Just the fact that the person he had that interaction was a female of the police, Ellen fired him instantly. Darlington George was like a son to Ellen. He had an altercation with somebody in Bonneville. I don't know was his girlfriend or some female. He got fired instantly. It would not be honor Ellen Johnson saying that somebody from her office would be on Facebook posting trash about a state person and survive in that position one day. That's how we get in Liberia today. You see somebody from the president's office, why would tap to the court and say, oh, what? They're posting all kinds of crap. I think some of them are post 24 posts per day. All about Joseph Boakai and making mockery of the health situation. And don't tell me their boss may not see that they're doing that. And these supposed to be public officials. They're supposed to be public officials. The country got a lot of things to deal with. You failed. Those things are not your concern. But what you're concerned about is running around with somebody else. Oh, yeah, you're going now. Oh, we got all the information about you. Don't push me to release it, but I will not do it. Let's pray for him. You even know the difference between pray and player. Let's pray for him. You call it pray. Oh, why are you living now? You even know the difference between W-H-Y and W-H-I-L-E. But you're going to be on Facebook posting. You're going to be a government official. My daughter is here. The smaller one is in third grade. She knows the difference between W-H-I-L-E and W-H-Y. She will not make them up. But you government official, you don't know that. But you're going to be all on social media running around. Shame on you. Shame on you. Government is a place where the whole people are accountable. And when you say so, now they will say, don't compare America and Liberia. We hear America here. Right now, the man who is the current president of America is being investigated for classified document issue. That's how governance is supposed to be. A guy just got elected in New York, George Santos. He's on fire. He's been trying to stand up. But I can see that as they push it to the end, he will fall because there's a society that holds people accountable. The former president has been under investigation one after the other. Nobody's staying away from him because he's former president. Public officials here in the US, they behave themselves because everything they do, go after them and live after them. The reason why Africa is what it is, particularly President Liberia, is that we gave freedom to public officials. They misbehave, they are crazy, they are mad, we don't want to accountable for their misconduct. So they think it's normal. Government is a sacred institution, S-A-C-R-E-D. It's not for maroons. It's not for making more activities. The people who work there should be responsible in their conduct, in private and in public. Strangely, that's what we see in Liberia today. And to close, the same people who morally making reference to, who say all the negative things about the Unity Party, we all know they've been bidding for CDC throughout. And when the person called my attention to their yesterday's show, I decided to listen. I was shocked, Stephen. And I encourage all of you to go listen to that show. The owner of that place, they call him the CEO that they tapped to giving. This guy opened up on George Weah and his people. And he was clear. You people have failed the country. Everything is messed up. You lied to the people for 6 years. Now you want to be re-elected. Why should they re-elect you? I was surprised to hear the man asking those questions to the government. I was very surprised. He said, you want to run out of my radio station in Liberia, you want to close it, you're closing. In the first place, I'm not spending money on it, I'm not getting 1 cent from it. You're closing. Oh, you're using Wilmot Smith to go bring lawsuit against me. Don't you, Wilmot Smith, you do it yourself. Close down the station, what do I care about? And when I listened to this guy blasting, I said, but this is a man who's been aiding and abetting these criminals. What's going wrong? Is there something else we need to know? Or is this just an honest acceptance now that the regime feels so much as he's saying it? And I encourage people to listen to that. And one thing that they got to know as they do this thing is that when you make those kind of utterances, when you admit that the people failed, like Prince Johnson did, that CEO did yesterday, when you come back tomorrow and want to do their bidding, the things you said today is available. You can't change it. It's almost like what we were talking about the person who was using Y, W-H-Y, and W-H-I-L-E. When Stephen Johnson went on the post and raised a concern, the editor, and then some people came and started asking Stephen, say, oh, why you wanted the man to say? The man used a red word. So Stephen was trying to call the editor and say, but oh, the thing was edited. But what is good about social media was Stephen was not just saying it. That post, there was a screenshot of it. So the screenshot was just reposted, and then one of them came back to me and said, oh, sorry, I didn't see that first one. I only saw the new version.
Yeah, even besides the screenshot, when you edit a post on Facebook,
it's still there. If you just click
it
on
stays
the
there
post,
because you can go to the edit history and you will see the original post.
The thing is, most of them don't have the stomach to go look for all that. They don't care. So they just really use about, yeah, what are you talking about? It's not what I saw. So people just went and reposted a screenshot of the original. And even some of the things we didn't see about calling a prayer player, all those kind of things, then other people came on the post and start bringing and say, oh, young man, this thing is not player, it's prayer. The two are not the same, they are spelled differently. But when you reduce yourself to something else as a public official, that's how you will be treated. Yeah. And when you do this kind of thing on social media and it reflects as it is, nobody's going to get respect for you. Who's going to respect a public official who knows the difference between WHIA and WH1? Who's going to do that? So I rest there, Stevie.
So, Pierre, you said something. And one of the things I like to talk about before we go to our main conversation is the quality of people around the president says a lot about the capacity available and the knowledge pool from which the president can tap into. And if somebody like Carrasco, who is closer to Weah, as we've seen, has such a compromise intelligence.
You calling me elevating people. Yeah, discuss. I didn't call anybody name. Anybody, just make reference to the action. Don't call anybody relevant.
somebody that with a low acute is in the inner circle of the presidency. And then you wonder why the government is failing. You shouldn't. The failure of the government it's been seen right before your eyes. People who should be in position where they should be responsible enough. These are people who are only trading, passing around Facebook and throwing innuendos and jabs against people that they cannot match. But it speaks to how our democracy, how our governance under WIA has denigrated to the lowest. The government has come to its lowest ever before. Has the presidency been reduced to this level? Never. The president takes up phone, he calls people on a show to give them gossip. The president sits with his aide and gave them gossip. The president is caught in these petty sexual activity with people, with girls being imported from different countries. This is how we've reduced the presidency on the WIA. And I was saying something. I said when you come into your people for, and I'll close on this. When you come into your people for a second term, one of the things they look at is your scorecard to say, Mr. Pierre, Pastor Mo, Andrew, Ali, or Jupo comes to Stevie and say, I want you to elect me for a second term. One of the first things I want to look at, what have you done that will encourage me to elect you? What have you done? That's the fundamental question everybody should ask. The government made 292 promises in the last 5 years. 292 promises in the last 5 years. Out of that 292 promises, the government only achieved 24, constituting 8%. If you make 8% in any school after 5 years at empty arrow, you don't even need to come to class again. The teachers. If you went to school, let me just make it simple. If you went to school for 5 years and your last period, when they add all your grade, and it cut to 8%, the school will not even get a report card or TA because so yes, what happened? Somebody made 8% in 5 years, then they coming to you for re-election. To do what? To do what?
Just put a 0 in front of it. Make it 80.
Yeah, chicken where? You can fatten pig on market day. But God, let's leave it there. Let's go to chicken where? You cannot fatten pig on market day.
Brother Johnson, please give me
Steven, I come in, Reverend Steven. I know that what we do here is something that a lot of people follow. But we need support. As I was just talking, then somebody reached out. The person still tapping. They still texting me one after the other. I will not call their name. But it just shows that, yes, there are some people who really appreciate what we're doing here. But the people who support Joseph Boakai got to stand with us. Yeah, I see some people tapping, data press expensive. But data press expensive, the same people can go on other post show and be watching. So this person wrote, and before calling their name, Honorable Pierre, I am a security personnel, and to be specific, I'm for the Liberian National Police with 29 years of experience. But please let me use this medium to appeal to you, sir. Please forgo the action of leaving the class reloaded because your presence on the show means a lot. Please, brother, call a name which I'm not going to say. I jump over that. I have been in the police for that long. I have a lot of foreign training, and I'm also a graduate of the Gabriel Dennis Foreign Institute. Please don't allow the behavior of people to frustrate you and the other panelists. I'm following the show from Painesville. Pastor Mo is one of the junior brother of mine in law enforcement. Ask him to confirm about the relation to our interaction while he was in Liberia. You guys are fast-sighted. Thank you so much. I will share the information with Pastor Mo privately and call the person name. So for the sake of people like this, we tune down, but we need your support. We need your support.
So Senator, we'll call the show, we'll go in more, go campaign the fee. When I'm on the air, then you can go spend your time, enjoy your show there. But yeah, somebody laughing. Yeah, the comments for 8% in 5 years, 8%. 5 years.
Nathan TJ say you adjust your move.
Let me just get 30 seconds as we move forward. I want to say thank you to my brother. I didn't see the comment, but I think I know who it is. And yeah, I know who it is.
It's good you know who it is. And one of the things I wanted to advise you on too, which I'll say publicly, it's good to have your informer somewhere. But stop saying always on the show that you get your informer in the national police. Let that be on the security sector. Yeah, security. Don't even say that very more. It's okay that you have an informer. But to be announcement every time, it can raise eyebrow and people can start doing things. Okay, let's see who got connection with Remo and start harassing some people who even be innocent.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
So I just want to use this media to talk to Honorable Pia. We have many comments.
Yeah, you see what Momo say? Yeah, trying to go the show Clement Street.
So Honorable Pia.
I think we should go ahead with the discussion, starting with Mr. Manya Andrew.
Yeah, Pastor Mo, waiting for you 10 seconds, just wrap up.
Yeah, Honorable Pia, we want to use this time to say you can't leave because there's a lot of people that listen in Liberia by way of radio. We always have people getting back people in between the two media want to hear from so, want to hear from so. Mainly our people love gossip, but yet we don't do gossip. Yeah, we do research and we come with the actual story. Like I listened to Brother Masale, and he spoke a fact because those people already have the fact. So I just want to encourage us. Let us not give up. The people want to know what kind of support they can give. Let us be blunt and fair to them. Let them say, look, this is the support that we need in order to keep the program on the radio. We all know data in Liberia is expensive, but I think we are doing tremendously well. I must commend all of you. You guys are doing well. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go to Manya Masale. We'd like to question. I have a video here from Cape Mount. Somebody has spoken to a lady in Cape Mount. Let me play that video. Then we can pick up the conversation from there.
See you balling at the wapi. You drank it? Huh?
I'm suffering.
What do you mean you're suffering?
We suffering a little better. Nana some children are selling no school. They have
wow.
Yeah.
Why you can't get money to go to school?
For them to go to school and not easy the hustle to her.
But Joey, I say I'm a bad patient. He's facing the country.
The patient will not bear until we walk down on it.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wow. See you balling at the wapi. You drank it? Huh?
I'm suffering.
What do you mean you're suffering?
We suffering a little better. Nana some children are selling no school. They have
wow.
Yeah.
Why you can't get money to go to school?
For them to go to school and not easy the hustle to her.
But Joey, I say I'm a bad patient. He's facing the country.
The patient will not bear until we walk down on it.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wow. See you balling at the wapi. You drank it? Huh?
I'm suffering.
What do you mean you're suffering?
We suffering a little better. Nana some children are selling no school. They have
wow.
Yeah.
Why you can't get money to go to school?
For them to go to school and not easy the hustle to her.
But Joey, I say I'm a bad patient. He's facing the country.
The patient will not bear until we walk down on it.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wow. See you balling at the wapi.
And Pastor Mo, if you can call your guy back from ORM to see whether he can come, because he said he was going to a meeting.
Yeah, Zizu.
Yeah, so Masale, you listen.
And I will charge you. Where you got that recording? I will charge you.
Andrew, we are on top of Grand Cape. I don't know why you're not playing the other one. We got more than that. There's a longer one that's talked to more people than just that one lady.
Yeah, let's just go ahead because I did that video. I did many of those videos. Yeah.
So what's happening in Cape Mount? What's happening?
Well, to be very sincere with you, I'm a student of government. I did political science and international relations, emphasis in international relations, and I've worked in Cape Mount for the last 20 years. All my life, I've worked in Cape Mount, in government, NGO, the media. So when I speak, I know those videos is also, if I send some of those videos to you, I had to start that video because I felt threatened. You understand? I felt threatened. There was one older man, he should be around 80 years old, and I did that recording in Vonzula. The man, I seen a specific question. I say, if things remain like this, what will happen? Then he said, in Valo, Koya Tweke, Munyon Londa. More, I didn't know what I'm talking. Munyon Londa.
So the old man said, he asked the old man if things remain like they, what will happen. The old man responded and said, if things remain like this, we will eat each other.
Yeah. So how terrible the situation is, and we're not here to window dress anything. Like I said, I'm not.
Miami, all the way in Grand Cape Mount County, causing disaster.
Wow, the man having issue with internet. Hey man, we hope Masada will come back. But you gotta go around Bon County too and try to get some of these short clips to talk to your people there and let them hear from them. You know, maybe a day or so we'll see whether we can do a live.
Let's be careful with Jupor. Jupor is a very young kid. We don't want him to be targeted. Let's talk to the station management.
No, but the men are journalists. They're not working for radio station.
But let's talk to the station management. The station can do it. We want the station support whatever we're going live on them. We can talk to them to send people up, but let's not.
But the men working for the station. You go out in the field.
Well, the men are journalists, but you also got to understand the country we're in. You must say in America, he's in Liberia. You got to be realistic.
So how you think they met with the other way? You go to studio, they talk radio and come out.
But can we hear from Jupor himself if he can do that?
Yes, I can actually do it, and beginning next week, hopefully I will try to send some in your inbox. I'm talking about Chief Stephen in your WhatsApp inbox.
Yeah, good.
What is?
Yeah, let Pastor Bola, he come. I know he can't stay too long. We just want to hear what happened in Minnesota there with the whole yeah, Jupor. It's good. You know, like hear from our people as we go towards elections. It's important for us to talk to our people. But how's the general condition like in Bon County? I mean, I know times are high all over Liberia. I lived in Bon County before, and I mean Bon is a very interesting place. It's far deep and bigger than people think. A lot of people just think Bon County is just the main road, but there are places you leaving from the main road to go to those areas. It takes you 3-4 hours drive. We're in the same Bon County. You go in places like Yowie. You go in places like
Yowie.
Yeah, Yowie, Jowa. You go in deep, places. Those are long. I used to work with NGO and I used to work with USAID, and we did a lot of school projects in those areas, deep into Bon County. We're working with about pretty close to 75 schools in Bon County, public schools.
Mo Ali, you gotta send Andrew Matale credit with the data finish. You gotta send credit and come out on the show.
You know,
yeah, because we're really interested in that. Let me check on him.
Yeah, I think the data finish.
He should be sending in the corner. He was in a meeting.
He's not yet.
Yeah, I just text him. You know, also we say to those other journalists in Liberia that do recording. I don't know if you guys saw a recording from the Capitol building on the editor general of the Crown Watch newspaper. He wrote a story under the headline caption, Speaker Buffer Chima boo in Maryland County. Buffer Chima confiscated his newspaper that was on the market, and he was at the he was.
if any other men go back, I tell all our brand people, the Buffer Chima, that whole group, if any of them go back, and they can offer re-election and they protest.
Yeah, the protest should be off for re-election.
I better want to beat all of them, my man.
Stephen, doing better. The protest might even go unopposed.
So no party will feed candidate in the county.
No, other guys plan to go under disguise, and that's one of the things that I really want us to look at, those independent candidates, because they will go as independent candidates, and when they win, then they switch, because they are going in disguise, because they have failed the people, and that should be some of our focus point, that these people who have served as representatives, who have not had no positive impact or in the lives of their constituency, there's no need of you voting for them. No matter how they come in disguise, don't vote for them. Vote for somebody else that will be in your interest. It is time for us to change those representatives. It is time for us to change those senators. It is time.
Okay, I'll come in.
Yeah, but Stephen, I'm sure we had a prayer go to the topic.
Yeah, so
let that be.
If the man can come, we'll come. Anytime he come, we'll talk to him. But let's play,
that he got to come back on that consulate visa bidding. I just saw one notice that talking about they got visa stamp for Georgia and all. What kind of government is this?
Well, the whole government breaking down. And the
visa stamp. Visa services are suspended at the Georgia.
Okay, here already. Let me bring it on here.
Okay.
Good. Okay, Kamate, how are you? Welcome.
How are you?
I'm good. It's good to see you. Sorry for the delay. You know, once we start the show, we do our rounds, and then we before we bring in our guests, we'd like to say welcome to the Class Reloaded. This is it's an online TV station, news station. We talk mainly about politics and public policy issues. We're on about 10 radio stations across Liberia, in Nimba, Bong, Monserrado, Basso, and you name it, Maikibi, and everywhere else. We've been following developments in Minnesota, and I've lived in Minnesota myself, and I know how the population of Liberians in Minnesota is, if not among the highest, it is the highest population of Liberian in terms of concentration in a particular state. And so the significance of having a consulate there, especially to facilitate the documentation in terms of the travel documents. Many times people will have to, I remember before then, a lot of people had to fly to New York or Washington, D.C. to obtain a visa or to get the passport renewed and all of that. Of late, there has been news coming from Minnesota that the consulate is having some issues. Can you walk us through what are the issues and what is happening there?
Well, first of all, thank you. My name is Kamate DM. I am the executive director of the Organization of Liberians in Minnesota. I just want to set straight the record. We are a community of over 47,000 Liberians in the state of Minnesota. We are concentrated predominantly in Hennepin County as the largest concentration of Liberians. It's true we have the consulate, the honorary consulate in the state of Minnesota that serves 12 Midwestern states. Minnesota being one of those 12 states. It is true, some of the rumors that the services of the consulate, specifically with the issuing of a visa was going to be reverted to New York and Washington, D.C. Our understanding is that it was not targeting Minnesota as a state. It was a new regulation by the government of the Republic of Liberia. The regulation, as I understand, stipulates that honorary consuls and consulates in the United States and diaspora would not be issuing or representing the government. So if they cease to be representatives of the government, then the issue of issuing visas will only be done by the embassies and the full-fledged consulate. So Minnesota being one of those states that have the honorary consulate will have some hardship with their regulations. So the citizens and residents of Minnesota and the 12 states, Midwestern states concerned, it was an issue that we felt it was going to impact us greatly. And so the community came together through an emergency meeting to communicate with our government to let them know that this decision will impact us greatly. And the government of the Republic of Liberia responded expeditiously to put the hold on the enforcement of that decision until it can engage its citizenry. As we are talking, we are anticipating a high-power delegation from the Republic of Liberia, from the Foreign Ministry, to be coming in the state of Minnesota to engage the population. Our focus and concern here in Minnesota is to ensure that those services that we experience and that we crave for as a community continues. It is the prerogative of the government of the Republic of Liberia to determine who is honorary consul, who is ambassador, and what have you. But we also make the government understand that we are the citizenry, and the government of the Republic of Liberia is responsible for us as well. So the services of the foreign mission outside of Liberia caters to both the citizenry and the interests of the government.
Mm-hmm. So,
in this public forum, I just wanted to be clear that never before in the history of diplomatic engagement between citizenry and the government do you have a government responding very expeditiously to the plea of its citizenry. After our communication with the Liberian government, in less than 12 hours, they were able to, communicate with us, engage us, and the response we got was very favorable. And because the response is favorable, and we are still in the process of that negotiation, so we want to remain calm and grateful to the government of the Republic of Liberia.
Okay. Thank you, Kamate. Before I go to the other, let me just ask this question. I like the fact that you say the government's response was timely, but I like to take it back a little. Isn't it that the government is putting the cart before the horse? Because for you to have reached this decision, I would think that consultation should have happened prior to a decision being reached. If you think that the government is in the interest of the people and representing its own diplomatic interests here with the U.S. government or what have you, how come, especially a big organization like the ORM being the quote-unquote the umbrella organization of all Liberians in the Minnesota, how come that conversation did not happen prior to that decision being reached, but they had to take the fact that they reached the decision, ORM had to write an official complaint to the government, and then the government is only being, reactive instead of being proactive. I would think the conversation should have started first. Let's engage ORM and the Liberians in Minnesota to see what are the possibilities if we want to do this. What are your take? What are your view? Rather than taking a decision, then coming back because you've been pressured?
Well, this is what I can say. All right. Again, there is a thin line with what the government function and responsibility are, and we as citizenry of the Republic of Liberia, our government is equally obligated to us. Why we were not engaged, and why the decision we saw to be abrupt, I think the chain of communication between the government of the Republic of Liberia, when it comes to official functions and the diplomatic push, is through the ambassador in the United States, or the ambassador of the Republic of Liberia in the United States, and then it filtered down to our consulates and honorary consuls. I can speak on behalf of the honorary consul in Minnesota, the Midwest, as to whether these communication and these discussions started a very long time. But what we as a community are very much concerned of is when we see the service became to reduced, we engage our honorary consul. And I think it is the prerogative again of the government to communicate to the honorary consul if there's going to be change in the service provided for our community. And I can say as to when the honorary consul was informed and when this communication went through, that I can speak to, because I don't have all the facts. What I know as the executive director of the Organization of Liberians in Minnesota, our OLM as an organization is responsible to the residents and citizens of Minnesota, the Liberians in Minnesota. The issue of the services of the honorary consul and consulate impacts 12 Midwestern states that we have over 200,000 Liberians residents. So our main goal and focus is to engage our government so as to understand the intricacy of decision that will be taken that will impact us greatly. And like I stated earlier, the government has responded favorably, and the government is prepared to engage us to find an amicable resolution to the problem. So we as a community want to embrace that and in good faith continue that trend. What we do not want to do, okay, we know there are different views, people have different views, people have different political persuasion, okay, but we don't want this issue to be capitalized on and it be derailed and the focus be derailed. Our concern is the paramount interest of our community, and the interest and focus should remain that we continue on the services. So anything in that line is we as a community and leadership is that route we want to follow. And as to whether the decision of the government is correct or not correct, what it should have and what should not, I think we reach a place where we can see a light at the end of the tunnel, and we want to keep our focus as such.
Good. But you know, it's difficult to talk about government without talking politics, because the two are inextricably tied together. And so most of the time you cannot divorce the two. But my last question to you would be: have you been able to partner with? You talk about 12 Midwestern states, and I'm sure they have their own organizations, Liberian organizations in those states. Have you been able to partner with them in this endeavor, or is it just an initiative that ORM is spearheading?
So when we got the information, we have 48 hours to act. In 48 hours, a lot can happen. We are at the epicenter of this consulate, the honorary consulate in Minnesota, where it resides. Why it is a good thing to have contacted the 12 states and get the 12 leaders. Time couldn't have afforded us to do that. We had to act expeditiously on behalf of those 12 states, including Minnesota, to get a temporary resolution on behalf of all of us, and then engage those states. And that's what we did. We immediately called an immediate town hall meeting. And I think the sentiments of the people in Minnesota is shared by all the other residents of the 12 states, that the service should be continued. And that thing we have in common, and that sentiment we all share. So trying to build a consensus before engaging the government will have left no time, and probably in our understanding damage will have been done. But after we did what we did as a community on behalf of the Midwestern state, we saw the support rallying from them, and then we try to engage everybody. I spoke to a few of the Liberian community leaders since yesterday and today, and everybody have expressed their support and asked what they can do in the endeavor. So from now until we can have the Liberian government through this foreign ministry come to engage in citizenry, we'll continue to network engage the other community members and leaders.
Okay. Thank you. Kamati. Anybody else got a question?
Yeah, let me just ask.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So let's take Pastor Mo, then Pia. Any question?
Okay, Mr. Dia, Executive Director, it's a pleasure to have you on. What we spoke earlier.
Pastor Mo, you come in a little. Your phone is a little faint. I don't know. Maybe.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir.
Yeah, better now.
All right, sorry. Okay, I listened to you. I know you say it's not you on a good track and it can be politicized, but you officially represent the Liberians in Minnesota, and you are the official spokesman. I visited the office during my time living there. There's something caught my attention. It said the government responded swiftly to your request, and I'm looking at the reason why I think I don't know your answer. They responded swiftly. Don't you think the government took a hasty decision to just shut the mission down and find somebody else? That's my first question. The next one is that you said that some services was reduced, and what are those services that was reduced? Thank you.
Good. When I said the government responded to us swiftly, I still maintain that. If you communicate with your government from outside of Liberia, and in less than 12 hours, the government respond favorably. I don't know what other nomenclature I can use or terminology to describe the action other than being swift. And the second thing I said, I can speak on behalf of the Honorary Council as to whether the decision of the new regulation of the Government Republic of Liberia was communicated to the Honorary Council in a distant time, okay, that you have to have the Honorable Council on your show to speak to that. When I talk about reduction in service, I mean the days of services. We came from 3 days to 1 day. So you see, this is how OLM is structured. OLM have the board of directors, and I am the executive director. Okay. The board director collectively supervises the executive director through his chairman. So they are the custodians of the organization. Okay, I runs the day-to-day affairs of the organization. So we communicated to the honorary council about the reduction in the days of services. And when we communicated to him, we followed up the communication with a meeting with the honorary council. And he said that he will in due course respond to our communication at the appropriate time, because he doesn't want to say anything that is not written and he speculates. So on Sunday morning, the 15th of January, I received a communication, a phone call from the honorary council to say that the consulate will cease to provide services as of February 18th. Visa services, because their new government regulation wouldn't allow honorary councils or consulates to represent the government of Liberia, and people that want to reapply can do that. And secondly, the machines that produces that you use for the visa application for biometrics, a company that's going to take custody of that, and on the 17th. So we have 48 hours as a community to embrace it and the information, analyze it, and act. And so as to whether this communication was sent to the honorary council long in advance, I can speak to that, but the communication was dated January 13th. As to whether the honorary council have been informed unofficially through telephone conversation, I also cannot speak to that. But what I can speak to is what was obtained and what the resident citizen of Minnesota had to be faced with and engaged. And we, as a community, came together, saw the need, and the mandate from the people were presented to us that we had to carry out, that we were to communicate directly to the president of the Republic of Liberia on what is been obtained in the Midwestern states. And that's what we did.
Thank you.
We remain in this office here until the next morning when everything was done and we proceeded. So that's what we're, and that
Thank
I can
Pierre.
speak to.
Yeah, take us soon so that we can go to Cape Mount.
Thank you, Chief, for coming. Most of the critical questions about what is unfolding with the honorary consulate could be best answered by whoever the government representative there is. I think it's one judge or perhaps the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I wouldn't want to bore you with anything that requires detailed information about what is happening, because it's not your place. You just the representative or a leader of the Liberian community in Minnesota. So inviting you was basically to gauge your thinking and thought on what the entire thing means for your community, and what some of the concerns you had. That was it. But my attention got drawn to a comment you made. OLM, for example, that you represent is a conglomerate organization of Liberians in Minnesota. And like you said in your own comments, the Liberians got different political persuasions. They got different political interests. They're not homogeneous. So when you said, for example, that you reached out to the government and the government responded, which is good. I mean, the government responded, you can say it. But when you went beyond and said never before in the history of Liberia has the government responded so quickly, I was concerned about why inform that kind of statement, because the country is almost 200 years old. You myself were not even around several years ago. I'm 56. So if I'm in a country that is almost 200 years old, it means that things beyond my age or beyond my level, I don't even know about that. So how can I draw a conclusion about the total existence of the country that this that happened has never happened in the existence of the country? That sounds political to me.
Yeah, go back one step. How the council was being established in Minnesota?
Yeah, I mean, so I think was it 2017 when the past government established the consulate? Maybe I'm right or wrong, but I'm not even interested in our history. I'm only concerned if you make that categorical statement that never before in the history of the country has the government responded so quickly to an inquest from its citizens. In my mind, you are executive director for a group of Liberians that has a heterogeneous political setting, meaning they are there from different political persuasions. Don't you think that sounds political and it was a slip?
So let me make that clarification. Normally, the way you communicate to the president is a procedure. You first have to go through your embassy. If, for example, which you are going through the honorary council to the embassy, from the embassy to the foreign ministry, from the foreign ministry to the president. And that is not done in a day or week. Because of the magnitude of this problem, and I will, if I say this again, you might probably try to question my intent. But I think with the magnitude or the vested interest of the Liberian government, it could be any government. If it had been, whether it was not His Excellency George Weah, if it was another president, I would say the same thing. Because that strength, it doesn't take a day or two. The process, you go from if you live in this area, you got to go to your honorary council, from there to the ambassador, from the ambassador to the foreign ministry, from the foreign ministry to the president. And now tell me, can that be done in a day?
No, I'm not saying that.
No. I'm trying to quantify and qualify.
Yeah, but I just want to go one step.
Yeah, then can I complete myself? So
I'm saying, if after your conclusion, what you say is correct. All I'm saying, you see, the real story you tell, I'm not questioning it. I'm not saying if the thing was so expeditious like that, you can't acknowledge it. No, that's not what I'm saying. You can acknowledge that. I'm concerned about the comment that you made that says never before in the country's history that has happened. So my question is, how do you know that?
Okay, let me qualify that statement. Let me qualify.
Yes, sir.
As far as I know.
Okay.
As far as I know. Okay. With the little gray I have. Yes. within my lifetime.
Okay, now you're speaking.
I have never seen that before.
That is accepted, and I can't even question that. But the way you put it first, meaning you went into territories that you were not even existing at that time, and you could not have spoken authoritatively about those periods, or maybe you were not even born.
No, it was implied I was talking about during my existence.
Okay,
you know, they have implicit and explicit language. Okay, I was using implicit language. Now I'm making explicit. In my lifetime.
Okay, yeah, because my final comment on it is this, because not just about the consulate, anything that leads to agitation among the people right now, in my mind, the government will be in a hurry to respond to it because you got 8 months away to election. I'm not sure the government would have done that if you are still 5 or 4 years away from election. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, but Pia, let me say this. Why would the government in the first instance decide to shut it down? You know? And the reason I didn't want to come out.
That's the reason why I didn't want to. That's the reason why I didn't want to raise that with him.
Yeah, he's not a spokesperson for the government. But I mean, it was just
the government is giving the services to a private company, and our private company is a Ghanaian company. Visa and security and passport issue are security issues.
The national security issues.
I don't know how we get so confident just giving things to foreigners that are linked to our national security. That's a different ballgame. It's not his place because
he's not
Steven, let me make some clarification here. Okay. And I think your audience and you can believe what you want to, but let me put certain thing in context. he concerned he have when I spoke to one of the senior officials at the Department of Foreign Affairs,
The Foreign Affairs.
Foreign Affairs, we call that. Okay. So this new company, whatever VFS Global, was not going to be issuing visas. The visas were going to be issued by the embassy in Washington, D.C., or our consulate in
New York.
And the biometrics, it was just for the purpose of having biometrics, and the passport were going to be coming from Liberia. All of the process and approval will come from the Republic of Liberia at the Foreign Ministry. I want to make this clarity because if this statement is made and I've already informed about these facts and I don't make the clarity for our listening audience, then I will be deceptive. So as far as it comes, that was the information that was telling me that one, no VSG were going to give visa. The visa were going to be through the Liberian embassy in Washington, D.C., or through the Liberian consulate in New York. And no visa are going to be issued by VFS, neither were they going to be issuing passport. Only the Republic of Liberia, through the Foreign Ministry, will issue the passport. You do the application, do your biometrics, and that's
Okay.
what, yes. So
Yeah, but I still think, and to buttress Pierre's point, it's the most important, the critical component there of the visa application process starts with the collecting your information in the biometric, which is one of the critical component of the entire visa application process. So it's that process, even if visas are coming from, or passports are coming from Liberia, but if that process is outsourced to a foreigner, it raises national security. But that is a different argument for a different day. But it raises some national security issues.
our currency is produced by foreign company.
Yeah, but that's way more different than the currency.
Yeah.
Because there are specialized entity that are not country specific in terms of they don't belong to a particular country. So if you have and how directly involved they are with our jurisprudence.
Yeah, but even that's
the reason I ask this is, yeah, let me lay on this. We Liberia is going through a critical period of its passport being in the hands of, and you know that, there are people being arrested with Liberian diplomatic passport. We've seen cases where a Liberian official in Liberia was sanctioned for diplomatic passport. McGill, other than were involved in these kind of things. We've been hearing news. So it's just part of on the conundrum of things that we should all pay attention to. I don't want to drag you into the politics of the visa, but I want to say it was good that we brought you here to shed light on your thoughts. I didn't know you were the new executive director of OIM. I lived in Minnesota myself for 10 years before moving to
That's good.
To the East Coast. Yeah. And so it's good that you can join us. And I'm looking forward to maybe invite you.
It's good for me to just say something before you close. Don't leave it out because he
close and close with it.
He made an example. He made an example that I just want to correct. The services that are now being outsourced to a Ghanaian company has been performed naturally by the honorary consulate. In Liberia, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, those services are performed directly by officials at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Unlike the money example you gave, there's no time in our history that we are into money printing business.
That's right.
There are acceptable companies internationally that print money. So when countries want to print money, we got to go to them. But things that you've been doing yourself, when you decide to outsource it, it's a different ballgame compared to currency printing.
Yeah, but what are we also seeing now? Are we also seeing the printing of Liberian passport? Is that what you imply to a company? What I mean, are we also seeing the acquisition of Liberian passport through a foreign company? Is that what you imply? I want to know what it also yet. Because if you say we are outsourcing the acquisition of Liberian passport as a citizen, then it's information I need to know.
You ask a question now, so we can answer it.
Okay.
When you used to go to the consulate to put in for either passport or visa, all the processes leading to that, who are doing it?
You mean me in particular?
No, the community, everybody who are going there, who are doing it?
You go through. You first of all, what we do, I will give you a form right in my office here. We have the form. It's online. You go online. You print the form. Okay, from online. You make the payment, everything online. Okay, or you can come there and you just go and do the biometrics. That information that is on the online is for the Liberian embassy in the United States of America. Is that information that is sent to the Republic of Liberia? You don't go to any consul in America here and they issue you a passport. No, it does not happen. Okay, it has never happened that I know of. Okay, in the state of Minnesota, we don't do that. We don't. You just go to the embassy and say you fill up application and they give you passport. No, it don't happen.
That is something that let me give you the example. I live in the US. I just got my passport renewed. No embassy gave it to me. But the process leading to me getting the embassy, giving my passport from Liberia was undertaken by the consulate or the embassy before they sent all the information after they have completed to Liberia only for the purpose of issuing a physical passport.
Good.
Isn't it that service now that you're giving to a Ghanaian company? That's my question. And I didn't want to go into this because you're not a spokesman. I'm coming. You're not a spokesman. Wait, I'm coming now. You're not a spokesman for the government of Liberia. You're not a spokesman for the consulate. So this inquiry I'm having is for the consulate, not for you. OFN, you just an organization of Liberians and you got some concern about what was happening. Yeah, so I'm not pushing you into that. We're only going back and forward because you appear to be wanting to defend the consulate or the government on something that it is their business to do. That's all.
Yeah, so we'll bring the government people there and we'll have that conversation. Yeah.
Stevie, no, when I came on the show, I make it clear that I'm not here as a government representative, neither am I here to speak on behalf of the council.
Good.
But things that I know that were communicated with to me, okay, I just have to make those clarity. That's all I'm doing. Okay.
Yeah, they're good. So,
yeah.
And when you make these clarity,
if I come across as trying to defend the government, I think that is wrong.
And come out to the reason why it appears that way is that when the government is making these clarity or these clarification, it should be public information. The executive director of OM should not be the one who is privy with that information. It should be all over the internet. We should read about it. So if you speak to, for instance, if you speak to your source at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for example, it is not an official communication from the government. And so I will be very careful as to how I communicate such information, especially so when that information is not documented by government. So I would think that, and I will agree with you on this one, is you represent Liberians in Minnesota, so you speak for them rather than looking at it from the angle of the government. So I would think you speak more as to the challenges Liberians will face with these kind of things happening and how the abrupt closure or proposed closure will affect your constituents.
So yeah, you're right, Stevie, and that's why I've articulated. But the communication that came from the foreign ministry to our honorary counselor, we read it in the town hall meeting.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, so what I'm saying, that's what the communication say. Okay. Now it become public record. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't had that communication.
Yeah. So in the communication, it says that the VFS Global is going to take charge of the machine, and that's it. And all of the services will be done through the foreign ministry. At least that's what they put on paper. Okay. So if what was written is one thing and what is being done is a totally different thing, that I have no fact.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. But if we have in our possession as a community that communication that we read to the community, and we are saying something that is also, I would just say, no, we read this, and this is what it is. Yeah. So like you said, your very show, the whole essence of this show is to have the story of both sides and not one side. Okay, so I can come here whole day today and just bash the government. I don't care, but then I will be disingenuous. That's all. So let's just put the fact that let the listeners and the audience make that determination. What are the issue of the government to make the new regulation, whether it's right or not? The audience can discuss that. What are they tell us in time or not in time? Like I said, that the council will answer that question. But what our concern is the services that is being provided to us in the diaspora community, the Midwestern state, over 200,000 Liberians, should continue.
Okay. So yeah, Kamantela, you know, we got to go to Cape Mount, so I would just like to hold you there. I mean, it's been a good conversation. I'm looking forward to inviting you here, so you and I can have a one-on-one, or maybe, you know, get a few panelists so that we can have more in-depth conversation about.
So what happened to? I'm seeing the gentleman Mo Ali, and I was hoping to.
No, but Ali in Liberia. Ali in following development about.
Okay, Ali in Liberia.
About what happening to.
We call you back because we need to talk specifically and exclusively about OLM and not Liberia. Yeah.
All right, I appreciate that.
Yeah, but it was good having you join us. Thank you.
No, it was good. It was good having you, gentlemen, and I appreciate it. Anytime, just let me know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kamate. Have a good day.
Thank you so much.
All right. Manja, I think while you're here now, we'll just have this this conversation about what happened yesterday. Yesterday, and I'm sure you've been following events in the country. Besides you being so deeply rooted in Cape Mount, you've been following the national politics. Yesterday, there has been news that the standard bearer and the former vice president of Liberia, the standard bearer of Unity Party, there was news yesterday that there have been news in the last few weeks that he was sick. There are rumors that he had suffered mild stroke. He couldn't walk. There was news that he will be medically evacuated on a stretcher, and all of that was circulated. Interestingly, yesterday, the former vice president attended a program, an endorsement program. And I'm sure that the news has reached Cape Mount. I would want to believe, because as a country we are all connected by whatever means, radio, ESA, and other things. But let me play a clip from yesterday even when the vice president spoke, and we can move with the conversation. Let me play this.
Now before me and young people who wanted a future, the reason they follow those people because they want a future. But you don't know one thing: lies can give you power, but only the truth can keep you there.
Rescue father.
These young people pray for change. They yearn for change, but they fall prey to selfish, greedy people who believe that only their families, their children, matter. And God did not create this people for us. I want to say to you, young people, that the God that we serve is to satisfy all our needs according to His glory. Nobody.
So that was the former vice president, the standard bearer of the Unity Party. So let me begin a conversation with you, Andrew. Andrew, what do you make of what are you hearing in Cape Mount about Joseph Boakai, his Unity Party, the politics in Cape Mount, right? You know, let's go into some politics more. What are you hearing in Cape Mount?
Thank you very much. Sorry for going off. We had some technical glitches.
Yeah. Some technical glitches.
Yeah, so, but I've actually been shying away from discussing this, and for special reason. I come from a heavily traditional county, Cape Mount, and I can't comprehend why our politics have degenerated to this level. I can't. As a young man, I can't wrap my head around to see the way I see people on Facebook, including lawmakers from my lawmaker. One of the permanent lawmakers, and he hails from Cape Mount in Tala. I saw his post, I felt very disappointed. Very disappointed. Because sickness, death, those are involuntary. It can happen to anybody at any given time. Stephen, me and you can say on the show. By tomorrow morning, you can hear I'm gone.
Exactly.
So, what's the problem? And more besides, this man is a state man. This man has served this country as vice president of the country for 12 years. For God in heaven's sake, man. Like I said, I have not joined the Unity Party. I didn't know what joined at 12 years. One day, they not see me in their government. And I battle with your government. And you understand? So, but simple reasoning will tell you that, look, man, if even this man falls sick, this man is an 80-year-old man. You think he will not get sick?
78.
78. Okay, let's say 78. Buhari. The Nawato Buhari from Nigeria, they carrying, I think, almost 6 months. They had, I think, change the oil, blood inside him. He was still president.
Yeah. So
when I hear people of, especially a Nobel Peace, a Nobel Peace, man, I just couldn't comprehend that Madam Lima Bowie would degenerate to such a level. I'm telling you. So I've just shied away from talking on this because I don't have to be in Unity Party if Joseph Boakai is sick. Even if President Weah is sick, I will feel bad because he's our president. He's our president. And to see the way young people, young guys, older guys, young boys, yeah,
young man.
It's incomprehensible to see young people. The kind of thing they write about this man's sickness. I felt very discouraged, but again, that's the kind of society we have built for ourselves. And let me tell you, it's not only the people in high profile stuff. Right now in Liberia, when they catch you, even rogues catch you, they beating you. Instead of people going to fight to take you from there, they carry you live, straight live. That's how our country have degenerated. Instead of going to rescue you, they want to show it to the public like, oh yeah, they carrying a man, you lie. We have reduced ourselves to low-class animals. That's all I can say. I don't even want to, like Jerry brought this, all my platform discussion, I don't even let to discuss these things. In Liberia, that second radio station, I don't just listen to. I'm not listening to ERBC for more than 5 years. I'm telling you, living story. I'm not listening to ERBC for more than 5 years. Because what they will tell me, that's a state-owned radio. They should provide an opportunity for cross-pollination of views, but they're not doing it. They are not doing it. When they say state, they're not saying the person in power get a station. It's for the state. You understand? So this is how our politics have degenerated in the country. And look, let me tell you something. Take it or leave it. Joe Boakai is a serious factor in these elections. And Cape Mountaineers see Joe Boakai as one of them. Joe Boakai speaks Mende well. You go to Cape Mount, the people speak Mende well. So they feel Joe Boakai is their own. There's no if and but about it. I'm not here to campaign for, like I told you, I'm not part of you. I came on this platform to say the reality and the better truth. I know most of my people will lambast me, but Cape Mount feel a part of Joe Boakai. United Party have won overwhelmingly all over in Cape Mount.
except for the going elections for certain reason, which maybe one day we could talk about. But I can tell you that Joe Boakai is a household name in Grand Cape Mountain, and you can take it or leave it. Nobody knew George Weah in Cape Mountain. Let me be real with you. Nobody knew George Weah in Cape Mountain. Something went wrong. That's why you see the people of Cape Mountain voted the way they voted. And from, you saw the video you played?
Remember when we went around? You remember when we went around?
Yeah,
one time?
in Daniel Stan that day, I can remember. Daniel Stan.
Talking to people, you remember? Some of the things that people said, I still remember.
Yeah, so that's it. Take it or leave it. Joe Boakai is a household in Cape Mountain. You can't take it. And Joe Boakai speaks one of the dialect from Cape Mountain, Mende, very well, fluently. So just leave that. So nobody should underestimate Joe Boakai in these elections. And they know that. They know that. So I don't even want to talk about his sickness. So that is a non-issue for me. I don't like to discuss that because myself, as young as I am, I can fall sick.
We all been talking about our own issue there.
Yeah, everybody. My man, most of the people in the country, they're walking, they're sick.
They're sick. My man, depression.
They're sick. Government officials, they are sick. The country is sick.
My man, the air, the interior, the air in the interior better than the air in Monrovia.
My man, I ain't even like Monrovia business. I want every day I eat it, man. I prefer
you walk
I'm telling you, let me bring.
the thing is against smelling the interior.
When I rather eat my basa jama, you know, yeah, go get my kuto and thing. I prefer living Cape Mountain than even Monrovia. What they eat Monrovia? What they eat in Monrovia city so much? No, in fact, I live somewhere around red light area. Where I live, the condition the people living in Monrovia city, the people in Cape Mountain living far better condition than the people living in the capital city. The people make garden, and if I make garden, a lot of garden in my area, I join them. Yeah, I don't buy pepper, I don't buy bitter. Yeah, I do my thing right here. Oh man, your big cost government days that I'm making my garden. And what we do right in Monrovia here, the people living better life in the interior than even in the capital city. I visited somewhere around behind Fenwell. No, I went there, I felt so bad that I'm in the capital city. No different from the people in the old stone age. So what a big deal. Everybody in the country is sick. They are sick. So nobody should mock at somebody of their sickness. You understand? So I don't even want to, I don't like to talk about it, to be frank. Sometimes it can irritate me. I can want to say things I don't want to say, but those are things you don't have control over. And so Joe Boakai sickness, as young as Muna Peno was, who knew that Muna Peno would have been there today? James Gray used to call on the radio, be insulting people whole day. Where is James Gray today? Where is the guy that came from the States that had a big placard all over the street? Why in his he died in the States, man. Why in him?
Christmas.
Yes, today. Where is today? So anybody can go to bed tonight and you will not even wake up. Whether you sick, you're not sick, you can go to bed tonight, tomorrow you will not wake up. So let's stop this kind of thing. Eddie Johnson's already there. I kill Eddie Johnson's already more than 10 times in the country. Every day they say she's dead. You know, so that's a bad society we have created for ourselves. Every day somebody just get us and say somebody died. They have to say, you talking that the person not died, you say you will not die. This is very unfair. It's very uncivilized. So I don't even like to discuss that. And permanent people in government that you least expect bring the thing to the public glare and they think that they support the government. And I tell anybody, I work in the Charles Taylor government. We thought that Charles Taylor was going to stay in power for 2024. That's the belief. As young people, young men, you know, we got out with that anxiety. Oh, yeah, our papi 2024. Where is Charles Taylor today? Momo Jiba, the most powerful man. Where is Momo Jiba? Ain't just that. So when I see the guys in CDC behaving the way they're behaving, sometimes I feel sorry because some of them, they are immature. They have never saw governance before. This is the first time. You're talking about a performance level. at the executive mansion. Forget about the executive mansion. If the executive mansion is that low, go in the various counties. I don't even want to tell you the structure
Andrew,
of the...
so coming to that point, let's talk about the county a little. We have, well, what we used to have, like the meeting, the development.
Wally. So the topic Stephen brought up now is about the program and JMB. So probably when you finish with everybody's opinion, we can come back to Andrew to talk about Cape Mount. But we make it then it's something that let's finish the JMB discussion.
Mr. Pierre, that long way of internet you're using in America, and I'm like, bro. Otherwise, you see me, I will love it. Your talk is wrong. Your talk is wrong. So let me just finish with it and go on myself.
Let me ask you the question. Say you say so.
Otherwise, they will homonize me. Yo, like bro, you like
so I want Andrew to tell us briefly because Pierre, we used to have monthly development meetings and report on those things. Are they
and the stakeholder meetings from land ministries and agencies?
Yeah.
For the last 5 years, they have not had any stakeholder meetings. Quote me. The county superintendent office does not have shit. SHEET shit to write on. Quote me.
Wow.
The offices are locked. LOCK. Baby,
get me some pictures, man. Get me some pictures.
Oh man, I'm telling you this. When I want to write communication
to your show to be listening.
Yeah. Just send me a friend request something. So
yeah, I will.
One morning I got up almost 11 o'clock. I went and set my camera right from the administrative building to show to the people what's happening in Cape Mount. The building was locked. They don't go to work. When I do that live video, I tell they can run and come back. They say that ball going.
My president said the president last our for all our
so nothing is functional. The health sector, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture office is perpetually locked. They have not received supply since this government came to be. No land ministry have vehicle. I challenge not a single line ministry in Cape Mount that got vehicle to go around. They don't have it. Even motorbike, they don't have it. The service center is perpetually closed. So that you're talking, I hope Cape Mountaineers that are in Cape Mount who follow the show, maybe later on you open the line and they prove me wrong. And if they give me the opportunity, I will send videos, I will send photos so that they can be convinced. I'm the kind of person, I love my county. I want everything good to go to Cape Mount. I don't let people denigrating Cape Mount. But that's the sad reality we're going through for the past 5 years. Nothing working. The health sector, all the hospitals there, some of the microscope there have stayed there more than 20 years. I've raised a lot of support for the hospital there. Microscope are so staying in hospital for 20 years. How effective that microscope is? All the hospital there, you go there, they give you prescription to go to the drugstore. No drugs. No drugs. No sectoral meetings. That thing you're talking about, we used to call that every line ministries and agencies come and give their regular report and update and nothing happening.
So why did people want second term?
That left me my thing is that I tell Cape Mountaineers, and I'm not going to run campaign, I'm not going to tell anybody who to vote for. The only thing I tell you on my show is that you look at your life you live in and go and vote. That's all the message I get for anybody in Cape Mount. The life you live in currently, look at it good, examine yourself and go to the ballot box. That's all. But nothing working. I'm telling you, nothing working. So that's it. The children go to school. The children go to school. They go to school around 10 o'clock and leave from there by 12. I did a lot of videos. It's just that we're not friends for you to see some of the videos I do. And that's why the guys hate me so much in the country. But I got a piece of work to do, and that's what I'm doing. But Cape Mount is ZERO, 0. The performance level for the governance structure is ZERO. There are lawmakers in that country. Zizu, you a political commentator or stuff. I just want to give you a test, Mr. Pierre. You too, the test go to you. If you answer that question, I know what I will do for you guys. Name me the 3 representatives for Grand Cape Mount County. The city representative, 3 of them. Name them.
I think I only that year about one. The one who used to go be playing the checker to.
Yeah. Name the other 2.
No, I don't know the other 2. Only that man for the
checker. Yeah, you've been fighting politics. Name the 3 representatives.
Lawmakers who work with C, who make an impact in the national district.
No.
They are the people we know. So your lawmakers are scoring 0, and therefore we don't know them. Period. I don't know them.
What a guy!
So that's it.
He used to be in Liberty Party. He's the only guy.
Mamou Soni. So that's. I'm just telling you that these guys, some of them said they were in that building. They are not spoken on Parliament floor. They are not. Their performance level, all the report from how you call it, people, NEON, or the legislative report, they score 0. NAMOD, they score 0. So you think that kind of country, where we going? Nothing productive happening. All the companies down there, B Martin is extending her work in areas that she did not sign a concession agreement for. She going, and they are doing underground mining right now in King George. They polluted the waters. I was there. I did live videos from there. Nothing King Olo, nothing. In fact, the government is protecting the company. The security at B Mountain, you can't find it anywhere in Liberia. Those police are being paid. They are using it like private security. Private security, they pay the money to the police director. They are armed to the teeth. So something is just happening to our country that we need to expose. And that's why I will not relent. Because Cape Mount is my common patrimony. And I will not sit here and allow people treat my people. And that's why I've been exposing in the country. There are a lot of things that are happening in Cape Mount. Oh man, on a normal condition, people will not allow it to happen. But that's just the sad reality, nothing working. And we're just there turning around and nothing. All the bowlers are poor. The poorest. We have almost 50 crossing points. That when the bowler you can see security personnel. All the places are open. Yeah. All the other crossing points. You can.
Oh no, man.
Yeah. And I think that one of the crossing points that Costa used to escape.
Because I remember when we did an assessment, Cape Mount had 27 illegal crossing points.
Yes. And the drugs is coming from Sierra Leone, all kind of things coming in the country, my brother. All kind of things.
Actually, Stephen, during the dry season now, they have about 52 crossing points. And
52, yeah.
I think only 3 has immigration officers.
Yeah.
Wow.
So nothing working.
Let's go to our program quickly.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Let's go to Pia. Pia, let's hear your thoughts on this GMB stuff.
Well, I hope that what took place yesterday, those who are leaders of the party and those who are managing GMB, I hope they learned a lesson. They learned good lesson from it. You see, Steve, when you do a good PR work, you put your opponents in this array. When you see some people just posting one post after the other like crazy, it's because yesterday program 10 and crazy.
That's true.
Because
and you know, I posted that today.
Yeah, in Nigeria when people were rushing, Joseph Boakai in the hospital. It's in pajama, you rush there, you run into do video because you want to please people outside. Right? You're taking pictures at the time you're not supposed to take it. Only because you want to please people. Those were all slipperages. But see what happened in between that time and the first thing, and I said it on the show, I will say again. Amara just walked the JMB house. Amara took picture. Do you know the 360-degree turn in PRO by that simple action from Amara? I saw people. Nobody, you can call them name. He called someone named earlier. One girl, one mulatto looking girl in Minnesota here, who's the Cummings girl. She went on that Amara post and said, this is deception. In fact, she took a screenshot of it and she said, this is deception. How can you take 2017 picture of Joseph Boakai, you put it all and say you went to Joseph Boakai today? They were all confused, their head bust open. Then I saw a picture of Cummings and Joseph Boakai in the same clothes. And I was expecting her to come by and post and say that 2015 picture.
So I said the other picture para 1987.
Yeah, she's going to come and say that 2015 picture and accuse AMC or Standard Bureau 2 of deception.
I said the one at 1847 picture, yeah.
Unfortunately, he couldn't come back. But it tells you how irresponsible most of these people are. You are at the highest level in Cummings arrangement. Your conduct, the things you do, got reflection on Cummings. So some are saying I already put the sincere and they want to help Cummings to be president, or they just destroyers who are around him pretending that they love him. So it's what happened to that program. In 2017, y'all had a big program in the Capitol building that where Vanny Sherman had his medical issue. You had 19 senators endorsing Joseph Boakai. How did that election go? What was the impact of those 19 senators? So instead of focusing on the so-called big men, many of them who are so detached from their people, what took place at the party headquarters was so pleasing to me because it targeted the voters, the ordinary people who will go to the polls to vote. Not a big politician who can open a chest and give you the impression that he got control over voters. Then what happened with the 19 senators? And then they all count as zero. These are the voters. These are the guys. In fact, they were saying one song that I like. We pull you up, we'll bring you down. We pull you there, we'll bring you down. We pull you there, we'll bring you down. That's the song they were singing. They were telling we are that not a big politician who get all the government job, who go on Facebook cussing people, and not them pull you there. We pull you there. We are disenchanted. We'll bring you down. And that strategy was so good. Henceforth, going forward, run behind those kinds of endorsements. Find ordinary people who will go vote. Don't waste your time on BB names and politicians. After all, the BB names are already scared. You see Prince Joseph doing the thing they're doing because they're scared. They don't want their people to go against them based on what will be happening with they and George Weah. So that was excellent. And you can see that it pierced through the hearts of a lot of people. And to end on that thing, you gotta respect Martin K. and Colley. And when people want to be troublesome, you just leave them with Martin Colley. I was just looking on his page and he said, I can just laugh. He has gone back into his shell. You leave them with me. We're inside. And I know who you are referring to, the person who opposing 27 page of a he told two. That's the first one he did. He told the one that talked about the WHY and WHILE. Then he took another one where the person was arguing with Charles Yates. And he was telling Charles Yates to not smoke opium. Say, Charles Yates, stop smoking opium. But you know how you spell it, opium? Opinion. He spelled it opium as opinion. These are government officials. They don't know anything, but they like social media business. You don't know the difference between why and why. You don't know the difference between opinion and opium. Why you can't say opinion or get all grass? You gotta say opium.
Oh no, I see post when I said the federal didn't know the difference between why and why. Another official of government came there and said the man was asking questions.
Question mark, red
No,
question,
actually,
period.
you see question mark over there. He run away, he come back. Until then, anytime they are come attacking again, I say the matching the Theo. So that
You
question.
see, in as much as most of the things Yaya Koroba can do is not correct, this is what can push Yaya Koroba to disrespect the president. Because if an official in the president's office is behaving like that and the president is okay with it, then sometimes instead of focusing on our official, if you are official, take your reaction to the president.
Exactly.
And what Yaya can do, Yaya can say, when you tell me something, that Joey I will respond to. And they just make the president. So all that thing they're doing. So if the other people decide that, okay, we're not giving you attention, tell you doing anything that the president we're going for. It is your action that are bringing the president to public disrepute. They don't know that.
Exactly.
But I understand that. I understand the president who encourage them to do that because if the man say, "Oh, I got all the record. Don't push me. I will release it." And the president is okay with that. Something got to be wrong with that president.
Yeah. And we are sitting right there.
Something got to be wrong with that president.
You know, let me say my 1 minute on the yesterday program. I just want to give it all to the leadership of the party. I know from where I sit, there were internal fights. And the fight was that, oh, you know, JMB needs to rest. We can't allow him to go there. And I am grateful that the party leadership stood up tall and said, well, this is our standard bearer. We will have the standard bearer at the party's headquarters. And you see, one thing I know about JMB, whenever people, I have the experience before, whenever people say, don't go there, and JMB goes there, he performs well. You know, during the 2017 election.
1 minute more, Ali, and I'm cutting you off. Everybody know what is happening to our education system and the university. Forget about that, man. The university man putting all on graduate and who? So the law school has since been compromised. So if you say that, man, we know they don't believe WHILE and WHY in the law school, that's how the law school has become.
But you see the other one said how man do this, man guy that honor.
But you know, so let me learn quickly. So during the presidential debate, there were top people who said the VP should not attend the debate. And we were few, along with the chairman then, Wilmot Pay, who say he should go. So JMB called us at night to take a vote on whether he should go or not. Guess what, Pierre? In our vote, 19% said no, he shouldn't go, including some of the people who were working in his office. And 11 said go. Then he asked, he said, this vote is about me, right? Everybody said yes. He said, so I can override the majority or I can agree with them. We say, yeah. He said, so I am overriding the majority. I will go to the debate. Mo and this other person, you stay here so we can prep for the debate. And he performed there. So yesterday, had the party leadership not stood up tall to carry JMB over there, today we would have had these people say, oh, he couldn't even go to a party headquarters, they were having program there. Because guess what? Those fully boys then sitting on some stupid radio station. Can't talk about the man saw to come 1 o'clock, almost 3, he can't. Imagine what happened, he disappeared or he gone back to the
hospital. Nothing made me laugh. I was watching one radio station on the live. They zoom Bwaka. They zoom him from
and
the
that was the poster. He said they zooming all kind of way to look for.
But man, they zooming from his toes and the kind of were going up slowly to his face. Come back down. I said, what? I said, I want more than TSA checkpoint.
The Papa getting GQ, Papa wearing GQ and a very nice shoe, beautiful shoe.
But we're bringing JB by the class. Let you lay on though. We're bringing JB by the class.
Morally, you're right. When a party leadership, because we can blast at them when they misbehave. So when they do the right thing,
yeah, we'll give it to
we
them.
openly commend them. So I want to add my voice to what Mo said and commend the party leadership.
We have a true confession here.
And Kezo confessing. Kezo say, opposing the paper going for a debate. Kezo confess. Kezo say we're bringing Jamie back on the class. Let's get it now. We're bringing Jamie back on the class. This year he coming here to talk to
and Stevie, as you saw the old man, you see the man hand paralyzed, the man holding microphone.
Yeah.
You know, hand has already paralyzed. The old man doing the hand all the day, speaking, just people listening. The old man, if I get out from a car, he walking, look at all of them, he wave his two hands. He wave his two hands. So when a stroke and disappear, that's okay.
People are looking. Everybody, people were just looking to see whether the man can walk, whether the hand will move. So the old man moved the hand more. The hand is paralyzed, and the old man was moving more.
But the song you play on the show yet, when they were playing it, you didn't see what the old man did?
Exactly.
The old man just shake it small, the whole play went wild, and he just take it cool with it. The party leadership did a good job. I want to salute them, Mr. Chairman Luther Tapper and your team, Amos too, and the rest of the people. I want to salute you. Amos, it's good you are in government before you know what protocol is. You are not wrong to go tell Mo Ali to recognize normally. The people who even do super well in government who didn't know what you were doing and ran on one talk show to say it was wrong. We hope they take some time to learn. Sitting down on talk show doesn't mean you know everything. There's a lot you need to learn. And to just sit down on one talk show because when you went live, you see 4K, whether that's real or not, will make you to determine that in a country of 5 million people, that you will decide who our president will be tomorrow. It's a kind of dream that...
It's a wet dream.
It's a wet dream. Yeah, that's the right word. You are wet dreaming.
Yeah, it's a wet dream.
You don't live in that country, people don't know you, that you can buy all the radio stations there. You make 1 or 2 visits to Monrovia, you don't go nowhere, you sit down right in Monrovia, you come back and you say the whole country will follow you as it relates to who will be president. Just be there. Be joking. We sit down here on show.
Anybody will follow you.
We sit down here on show. Man, of 2018, I've lived my whole life in Liberia. So just subtract from 2018 now from my age and you know how long I live in Liberia. Many of you have lived here throughout. You don't even have any connection with the country.
Exactly.
And you're sitting down there believing that you can sit down here and remote control how the people will vote. And you want to be the one to tell Joseph Boakai that if you choose this person, you hate nobody that your business. I'm not telling Joseph Boakai to support, to take nobody. I'm not telling him who to take. But because it is his right by our laws, when Boakai takes the person he wants to be on the ticket with him, we'll follow. And what people do, you follow the leader. When the leader takes the decision, we stand with that team and we elect that ticket. If that person is nobody Kanga, perfect. If it is Benina Wilfred Ure, fine. If it is Sarah Besro Nyanti, who named Kimba the other day I saw, fine. If it is Prince Kemu Moe, fine. If you decide you go take me, don't tell you, I'll go bring Maria Nukwe back. We stay supporting him. So you're saying that better, you're leaving. Because even you put a man in wheelbarrow, I said the other day, you're putting in wheelchair, in wheelbarrow. 1997 and 2017 were your own turn. 1997, you say you came and power over you. 2017, you say you know Bo, I own a turn that now. He's sick, he's not sick. He's here or he's standing. He in wheelbarrow or he laying out on bed. When you can talk and you can think, we'll vote for him.
I want to sing.
What's the about the election? Will be more.
They yet I want yet to sing. You say you not say we'll vote for you. Everybody in the country. You know UP I never sang.
No,
they will sing too.
Our time to sing more. We sing that song loud.
That song will sing.
The hypocrisy I was talking to one of my picking who is here. He's a kind of relative to me when I posted on Facebook. He rushed there. They made a hardcore Democrat. He supported the current president of the U.S. The current president of the U.S. intends to run again. He'll be almost close to 84. He's still prepared to vote for that president. But he's saying a 78-year-old man, too old to run. So when I talk on you on a post and he said, left in America and left in Liberia not the same. So I told him, I said, here is your problem. The reason why left in Africa is different from left abroad. When people go to hospital in Africa, you make mockery of them, like what you're doing with JMB. In America, people make regular doctor appointment, whether they're sick or not. That's one. Two, at the end of every year, they will make sure they do at least one physical. So what that does for them is a doctor is able to find out something that is not yet causing problem, but in the system, doctor is able to diagnose it in time. And so because of that, they can sort it out. In Africa, because you ain't go to the hospital, you have to wait until you're fall sick. Most time, by the time you go to the hospital, the situation is late. So reverse it is hard. So going to the hospital is not evil.
So it should be part of your routine.
It's routine. That's how you're supposed to live. You want to live long. So the reason why people in America and then part of the West live long that you want to compare to say Africa and all of that is because they pay attention to that. But in your case, when a person go to the hospital at GMB day, they are running on Facebook and making it out of politics. You want to put in work and go to hospital, they can go receive petition from students and their whole letter treatment start falling down. You want to put in work and go to hospital, their son ain't gonna be on radio talking about Joseph Waka sickness and receive call that the person feeling dying. Which party in Liberia has had more debt than any other person? And we don't like to talk about it because some of the people were your parents, but they were our friends. They were close to us. We're in fraternal organizations with them. I was not a civilian. But you ask the Musa Kone, he will tell you. Ask Janje Bakben, he will tell you. I was one person who James Gray was very close to. All these people, where are they? And every day you'll be celebrating other people's death and sickness and that. You better come to yourself.
Ali, you gotta take few calls.
Jupor announced the number. Let's take some calls. So Stephen, so they can say different thing. I'm told that there was an issue with the flight and GMB did not leave today. Is that correct?
Yeah. So when the flight was landing, the runway, the windshield, one of the windows on the flight got a crack.
Wow. So
everything can fly all with that kind of crack on it. They have to repair that window before the plane will leave.
SM Brussels?
Yes, SM Brussels.
No, not SM Brussels. Is they call it, I think ASCA or something.
Oh, yeah, ASCA.
Oh, I mean passing through Ghana or Ivory Coast?
Ghana. So
okay.
the plane landed. I think it had a rough landing or something, but the windshield cracked.
And you can't put that thing in the air with crack windshield. What? So
the Omedia came back home, but I'm sure it's arranged now. Tomorrow he leaves.
Okay, all right.
What the other man talking about? People saying I'm making them read the comment. Oh man, at least some people put in the comment and up. Chupa, read the number so we can take some calls, please.
Okay, so for those of you following the app radio and those of you following online too,
you're not terrible, man. You can be on, but you can't count the show. We've been inviting here a long time. You can't count.
Go ahead. Jonathan feel certified to sit down by himself on his page and be doing podcast. Maybe like what he's comfortable with.
So you can call us up on 0777 54 28 45. 0777 54 28 45 or 0881 959807. 0881 959807 and 0770 47 2019. 0770 47 2019. But better still, those in the diaspora, you can call us up on +1 401 688 8266 +1 401 688 8266. So those are the numbers.
I will start taking the call because Pazawe just landed with his private jet, and because he did it in time, I don't want to keep you on the line long. So then listen to Pazawe and his private jet. Pazawe, go ahead. Good evening, sir.
Oh, you guys are doing a wonderful job. Because of this show, I suspended my 5 or 6 days podcast.
Okay.
Because we want to give support to this show. So because of y'all, I come on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday and Sunday morning.
Good.
I let my other days go.
Good.
You know, I have vision for JFU a long time ago. It was in Madam Ellen Johnson administration. When I talked to Mo Ali, when you go back, you call Sir Johnny, and he will tell you. In our first administration, and I went to Sir, I said, my friend, Joseph Boakai would be the best president of all time. So I will tell you this story. And I told Sir, he will run for the first time, he will not make it, but the second time, the Liberian people themselves will choose him. So I had confidence that Joe Boakai will do best for our country. You know, these people, men like Samuel Tuwe and rest of the other people, they are evil people from Liberia. There's Samuel Tuwe guy, he posted that JNB was paralyzed, in fact, his brain was damaged. That's how far he went.
You mean the same Samuel Tuwe who just came from Turkey for taking treatment?
Yeah, I said that post.
Wow.
I said that post. That's how bad these people are. And then when you go on the other side, you find a woman like, Mona Faha. That other loser. You know, I posted today, and I say anyone that go after JMB without reason, with my age, I will come after you. I will bring my break after you. Because, you know, I don't know how long I'm going to live again. I will not say, well, Pierre did this thing, or more, I did this thing, I will let it pass. If I let it pass, I don't speak to her, I die tonight. The year that I live, I will not live that year again. So I live in my 40th year now. I say things that way. All I know, I should not offend anyone.
Most of them will not even read that golden year you in, but they're on Facebook talking trash.
So these people are not good people. They are not good people. They are there to look at our country that they are focused. You know, so I just want to tell you thank you. Because of you, I posted my other day. And I really like the job you're doing. Before I close, this guy from Minnesota, who said the government responded to him, no any other government has done such. You know, and I like the question he asked here, how you rated that? You have an idea when Penny used to come to Liberia and someone want to send message, or someone want to send message, or Joe want to send message, and the secretary live and the secretary put to hold the thing on the ground field, that letter come, he knows that. He knows that. And see, that's the line they get. They think what Georgia have done, no other president. There's such a thing. But when they were born, the executive mansion was there. When they were born, the capital building was there. When they were born, the temple of justice was there. When they were born, grocery was there. When they were born, we got light. 24/7, we got running water. They put the thing at the time according to the population that lives there. Now, how they build it?
Yes, sir. You know, thank you so much, Pastor Awe.
You guys are doing a wonderful job. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Bye. Your take call if you have.
Can I take this call quickly, please? Noah, before you go ahead, somebody asked if President Weah is sponsoring the Omer trip. That is a blatant lie. They are not spending a penny. All that thing they posted around that lie. Thank you. Noah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Sion Comedia and Stephen Thompson, the rest of all of my senior comrades there. The name remains Noah Zao Gibson. I think one of my mind, Dave this evening on the show of all what you guys have discussed is about this so-called opposition unity that people keep calling for. I think people should stop embarrassing us here. While it is true, with no arrogance, we are aware, we from the Unity Party, that we need to collaborate with other parties. And of course, that effort is being executed behind the scene. And we know at the appropriate time, it will be announced to the public, and we will announce our collaboration that we will be stronger than even the common CTP. But I think there's too much opposition unity that you keep hearing about. It's all about this one coming. Don't leave us alone. If unity means that we must unite with Cummings, then let us really get united. For me, I get angry with it now, seriously. Or if even some of our supporters can say, I mean, if you even want someone to get angry with you and you keep protecting the one thing here, this thing is standing like a cliche now in some out here. Where in the world, so under the one day, look, I can tell you God forbid, which I know that it's forbidden. And we can just say we agree for all to unite with Cummings. You will never hear about opposition unity again. All the opposition, so all the people we negotiating with behind the scene, that are unity, I say one of them one man, that excuse us alone. Lastly, look, Sion Comepia, as you rightly said, I think our people need to stop this. They need to stop listening to show that, at night or pro-Pwakai, that while you guys are continually exerting effort, you hear your daughter had to come, she ringing the doorbell, you got to have an excuse to jump behind her from our camera and go. You do too many things. And then you guys are forced to do what you guys are doing. So I think they should, and let me tell you, our monitoring back, they monitor 2 radio stations, at the same time. The same thing he said, the individual who named, he said, we shouldn't call it, but we won't promote anybody on his show last night. He repeated that again today. He's saying that now on the show as we speak, he's asking the people, why the government should have for 10 years when the government has failed. He's saying that, in fact, he's saying what thing that he even said than what he said last night. He even appealing, they were not closing down, in me anyhow, or he's talking about the Labran people, or one of you. And they support, you're trying to support this show, and you're trying to support somehow we're risking our lives. Between you and me, I got a show that I run on Shaka FM every night, Saturday night, I own a road from Monrovia to
When you joining us?
To get gas,
My man, they say when you coming on the show, yeah.
Come again?
When are you appearing on the show? This show?
I look forward to appearing on the show at any time.
So now work on next week. You'll come next week.
All right, so welcome coming next week, yeah?
Yeah, we'll work on the show. I want to thank you guys so much. I think you guys are doing well. Sion Comepia, don't be frustrated. We will support you guys as we are doing some of our we listen to you every day to give you the support. But I think you were right. I think to some extent you were not even to some extent or greater extent, you were right. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you, Jupo. You can go ahead and take your calls.
Oh my word.
You lost him?
Yeah, bye.
Let me take this call. Call out the line. Go ahead from the US.
All right. First of all, I want to take this time to thank all of the panelists, that provide this necessary information for our people. Yeah, I did listen to you on the show tonight. Was there some frustration with regards to viewership? I will tell you, Pierre, the 200 to 500 live view that the class viewers carry on every night, those are real people. And the message you guys are preaching are really resonating with the people of Liberia. Job we have is done. Let me tell you, those other top shows that pay for viewership, like whatever show will just come on within the twinkling of an eye, they go to 4,000 or 5,000. You guys are doing extremely well. Let me tell you that. The message are resonating with our people. We call our people every day back home. Imagine to my mom that I asked her about this class reload, and she said, "Oh yes, we hear about the show you guys are really doing. The people are really doing what, sensitizing the people And we know, it comes October 2023, we're going to go to the ballot and see how best we can vote this CDC government out, because this government has failed. So Pierre, don't get frustrated with respect to the viewership. The message you guys are preaching is reaching the people, it's resonating with the people. So I just want to encourage you, and thank everyone, all the panelists on the show. Again, I'm Harris Johnson, co-chair of the tag team Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you got called?
Please stop listening to yourself. Okay, call on the line. Go ahead.
Yes. Good evening. This is Kabine Fufana, and I'm calling you this evening from Clarata. I'm part of an organization called CYM, and our goal is to make George Weah a one-term president. Brother Pierre, they said you just received just now, I didn't want to text you, right? It is so laughable that we are hearing all the time solution in the bureau saying that George Weah should go for another 6 years. No, talking about life we are living under the George Weah first year. Look, people, right? What we are doing to the laboratory is just that this. Just that you can find your band together, right? You tell the girl that you want to marry her, but
Oh, I lost him. I lost that person on the line. Yeah, he actually dropped the line. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pierre, and good evening to the rest of the team.
Yes, sir.
I just want to put a few points on the issue of the other guys across the street talking about that talk show. Okay, listen, on Facebook you have the option to boost your page. We all know that. So just getting on starting your program in a matter of less than 5 minutes, you go on with 5K. We know the speed that is on Facebook. That's one. Two, Honorable Pierre and the rest of the panelists, I want to tell you that, in 2017, that was when Donald Trump was elected. Yeah, 2017, yeah. This is when from, yeah,
2016. 2016.
For each time CNN did a poll, it was Hillary Clinton. They had a silent voters. People are listening to this show. They might not be, online, like watching or having the data, okay, for you to see the number increasing. But people are watching. The show is resonating with people. Just imagine you have over 5 or 8 media outlets that are broadcasting this program, carrying a live coverage over 2-3 hours in the various counties. People are listening in. And at the end of the day, like the brother from Grand Kidman said that people will go and vote based on current reality. And if you watch a lot of the polls, you follow the polls, it tells you that people are not satisfied with this current administration. That is an X to it. And if you see a lot of these people who are either in the middle, either for CDC or on the other side, will be the ANC folks, which of course they are very much frustrated. So my advice would be, let us just stay on course. Don't be distracted. Numbers are not the thing. We want what? At the end of the day, we want a result. Result is like our focus. The focus is result, not numbers. So for me, I'm not moved by small FM numbers. Okay? I'm moved by results. And I really want to appreciate all of you guys. We really do listen. Everyone follow through. So again, I want to say thank you very much. I know you were just, saying some things, to encourage people, but not an inch of any cell in my body tells me that you're going to do this show. You're not going to reach. I know that very well. You have very thick skin. So
thank you, sir. Thank you. Jupo, let me take the last one. I'll come to you. Call on the line. Go ahead. Call on the line from the U.S. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, hi. This is Patience from Maryland.
Yeah, Patience, go ahead.
Mr. Pierre, I'm calling especially for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand your frustration, but one thing you got to consider, a lot of people are at work when the show is on, and when you look at your numbers 2 days later or a day later, people actually watch the show. And some people watch it on YouTube. When you check your YouTube numbers, there's a lot of viewers. And you have to also consider that people listen to you on the radio in Liberia because they cannot afford to use that data. So maybe your Facebook view may be 300 or 400, but when you calculate the amount of viewers that watch the show, sometimes it's up to 30,000 or something more than that, depending on the show or subject. So I don't think you should be so distracted about the viewers that you get during the show. And maybe you guys are the best people to speak on this show. That's why you guys are always there, and your messages are out there. People are hearing you. And that's why you're getting calls from all over the country. So I don't think you should think so much about the views. And if you look at a lot of shows, even the Henry Concert show, a lot of shows, there's something going on with the views. But people watch the show afterwards, sometimes when they don't have the time to. So I hope you really reconsider your decision. You guys are making a great impact, and that's why we are here supporting you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. But here is my issue. I'm not concerned about views because I know the show does have views. Mm-hmm. So as the show is on the Class Reloaded page, it's on at the same time on Darren Dillon page. And like you said, after a couple of days or even after 24 hours of the show, we do see the view and we know that a lot of people watching. But how difficult it is for at least 500 or 600 people to share the show when the show is on. Joseph Boakai got hundreds of thousands of supporters. Sharing the show is different from staying on. Yes, I will understand you get data, you can stay on. But when you share the show, you're actually taking the show to other people by sharing it. So it's just a matter of challenging people to stand up to what they believe in. I'm not saying that because I'm bothered about anybody, view or because the very people who can have 4K view when they show on 2 days after both shows is either we all on the same level of viewership or we even have more than them. So I understand that. But let the people come and share the show, man. Let them share the show. If they want.
I will tell you something from someone who have friends that are bloggers also. When you see people's show being shared, especially platforms like you guys, and I don't want to call it disrespect you or call the other people name, because I have also inquired about that. They have particular people that are designated to share the show about 100 times. If you look at the views, you see the sharing. It's not the viewers that are sharing. They have particular people that are in position when that show comes on. Their only job is to share the show.
So, Patient, you form part of the team to share the show. You and that team.
I share the show. I'm talking to my new friend. I asked Steven Johnson don't do anything I asked him to do, so I'm talking to him.
Thank you so much. Anyway, I hear you. Thank you.
I'll make cheerleader for our committee.
Thank you so much. I hear you. Thank you. Dupont, go ahead.
So I get called on the line.
Okay,
yeah,
go
ahead.
Go 3 hours, 20 minutes.
Steven, relax. This is a serious show that on the eve of Joseph Boakai departure. Relax.
Yeah,
and it's a day of dealing with misinformation and propaganda. And we have to respect Mohamed Masale. Masale here say internet stable and enjoying small. The men are strong men, very strong men. Go ahead, Dupont.
Yes, call on the line. What's the name you're calling us from?
Hello.
Marco, how are you? I will favor to call you, but I didn't realize you have to call me again. I will call you for the show, and Marco.
Yeah, I was the one unfortunately I dropped our coincidence. Yeah, that I was saying, right? Mr. We are quite here, he is still cheating on the day. So getting Mr. We are another here will be a disaster. No, I can tell every Liberian. Anybody who wants to see better things out of your life, right?
Do not go to Georgia, come 2023 October 10th. Mr. We are now in life and living on Georgia. It can be compared to war. The same difficulty people facing during the time of war. The life that the Ukrainians living now in Ukraine, that same life we are living on Georgia. So anybody is seeing the life you living on Georgia for the 40 years. Go vote for Georgia, and then you will see how your life will be looking at. If you think you as a young man, when this way you can on a little boat to go play, you go on the table to go play tackle. Also, the assistant to stop politics. If you think that is okay for you, give Georgia another state there come 2023. Thanks so much. I rest my case.
Thank you so much. Caught on the line. Good evening. Go ahead.
How are you?
Yes, we are okay. What's the name of your calling?
I'm Lamin. I'm a career calling from the township of Westman. And I just called to contribute to this show. These people are doing very extremely well. But I will recommend to you people that this show should also be translated into the local vernacular so that our people can be aware of what's going on. Because just carry on live for the peace. And we making sure to work hard so that come 2023, the Honorable Joseph Imam Baga can be elected as president. So we have to do it in a way that our local people in the Cuba will understand what is going on. Because the lie is too much. So I thank you people very much for the show. I pray that God be with the people and you people continue to spread this message. This campaign should be a campaign that I will join together and make sure we'll come 2023. That's the first one.
Okay, thank you so much. So should I take my last city? Okay.
Before, take the call. If the people calling, take the call.
Okay, caught on the line. Good evening. Welcome to the program. What's your name? Where you calling us from?
Good evening. Let me say good evening to the panelists. This is Bobby Abumenska from District 6 SD Koboru. Let me appreciate you guys for the topic on the discussion.
Yep.
You see that in Liberia, the politics has changed. We have diverted our politics to evil politics because Joseph Boyka falls sick today on reasons when the father minister made accident, saying that young people are loving, posted on Facebook page, everybody should wish people and should wish him well. Well, people wishing well, people wishing evil. She said, no, the politics, we're not supposed to be wishing evil for people. But the ruling establishment have made us to understand that we ourselves must be wishing evil for them. If they, any one of them get sick, it is our prayer for them to die during the process. Because you can't wish evil for people to work. They men shouldn't be afraid of women worker. The election need to be very competitive. Boca is the man that will make the election competitive. They shouldn't make the election in a way that will make the people feel. People say, oh, if I pay the pay, oh, now what? Progress, people who know that if I pay the pay, is in which even Boca can be there. We are people who will still elect man because it is a laborator. He will elaborate the country. He's keen to take the country for something. That the country are going down the drain today. There is no job for the young people. We suffering. No way for young people to survive. When you come in Labio, see young people walking down the circle, talking about themselves. The school vacation job that every poor offer us. We used to get our little vacation job when we were incorporated to get something. But the government is not working for the 12 no more. It's not working no more. They just come to just doing everything that does scatter. For one shot that now will bring people. Don't vote for George Mane. We are canton.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting on the program, visiting. We do appreciate you. So I'm done with my own three. So
okay, call on the line. Go ahead from the US.
Okay, my name is Daniel, former youth coordinator of United Party Maigibi. Look, Pia, these seditions, we campaign with them for a long time. We know them. What else from everyone know? It is no hidden secret that he worked for the regime. And you guys know very well that if JNB pick Yomikanga Lawrence, the election is over. That's why I said, oh, we are going to Liberia. When next year Yomi Kala will be on our ticket. They know it. That's why they are panicking and bringing all this strategy. That JMB should not pick Yomi Kala Lawrence. Because the voters that are behind Yomi, they are just like the Lofians. They vote their own. They know very well that if JMB pick Yomi Kala Lawrence, Real Access will fall. Grand Bassa will fall. Moreover, Mosrada is dominated by Bazolian. It will fall. Magibi is dominated by Bazolian and Lofians. It will fall. They know this very well. It's a strategy. So they decide to just come with this stupidness to discourage you. You only will not make it. They can tell you only. That is the strategy. But we'll make sure JMP will pick Yomli and this thing will be over. So, don't feel discouraged. I understand. I listen to you. Look, I decided to leave politics, but look, I came back because we got to rescue this country. This fight is our fight, and we are in this together, my brother. Don't give up, please. I beg you. Thank you.
All right, Daniel. Thank you. I promised 2 persons who are coming more than 10 times each that I'm going to get back to them. So that opportunity as we're closing. One of them is Michael. Michael, go ahead.
This is Michael. I'm calling from Minnesota. I want to thank you for the program. My attention is just drawn to, I think already I addressed this issue, but I just want to talk about it quickly. Before the class reloader started this afternoon, I decided to watch Spoon for a few minutes. And there you guys said, I heard the guy discussing as though they're living on different planet. To the point that certain words when you go to think that Yomi is begging Ambassador Broca to make her vice president. Yomi cannot bring the food. She killed Broca to Picano zero. Yomi cannot bring the money. She only got a few percent. He can't bring more than 50,000 food. I mean, I'll come like, what's wrong with this guy? But the thing is, tell something what this one is that there will be a man called Charles Siddle. He had conglomerate. If you can remember, he had LCN network. I mean, LCN Liberal Communication Network. He had what was sophisticated. Even more than he sent to what else now. So if the thing you have few radio station now that he can influence Liberal politics, let him go ahead. And he will show him to tell as sophisticated as he was, and even the guy he had real propaganda for him. They don't see the issue. They are well schooled that he is one so environment. But when the Liberal got to know that Mr. Taylor was all about his service interest, we also had that. So my environment with the what else is that everything that he influenced to the extent where he can influence politics like Liberia. No one can see it. But we can tell him that, I mean, he's not going anywhere. I mean, just trying to make himself feel good. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Caller on the line, go ahead.
How are you? How are you, sir? People up here.
Yeah, quickly go ahead.
And hello to all of brothers in studio.
Yeah, go ahead. Quickly, we're trying to close. So go ahead.
One thing you stress on, and I'm guilty of it. Most of the time I call from New Jersey here. I'm Amos Gomoya, and I don't share the show. And I'm one of the person who really guilty of that. And from now on, it will be the first thing, even if I don't call it, it'll be the first thing I'll be doing. And then going to the point. You see, yesterday when I went to the show, while the old man went to the party headquarters, he stressed on one thing. And the young people there, they were listening to him and say, look, those people who are taking the money and you're at your property, you're taking the money and paying the horses for themselves and taking that same horse and giving it to rent. Somebody you can afford your school fee for your children. Those are the things I look at yesterday, the old man and the young people that were there, a lot of them shared that message on him. And then I look at Samuel Tuwe. Samuel Tuwe putting a lot of things, a lot of comment, negative comment concerning the old man. You see, there will come a time, they all know, they will say, I wish home. They will say, I wish home. And Samuel Tuwe don't know they will go to jail.
If you sorry for yourself, you and your wife almost died together.
They will say, I wish home.
You get common sense to me? You man and your wife almost died together at once. You got sense?
Yeah. They will say, I wish home. Because I want to try to establish anytime they're going to talk negative for the woman. He just when he was in accident, he have a script. He went and used over 90
who's sitting on the other side, they don't even got one supporter. I don't know how many this enchanted Palestine from Liberia are going to ANC for them to join ANC. Because everybody going to Unity Party, join the old man, to join the Unity Party, because they know Unity Party is the only way forward.
All right, sir.
It can be the only way forward to redeem that country.
Okay,
so let us say that they be criticizing GMB for nothing. They leave me out. Thank you, brother Pierre. Thank you.
All right. While I reach my last caller, you probably have a call, you can take it while I'm trying to read the last caller. Because he called several times, I promise to reach him back.
Okay, caller.
I think we lost Jupor. Pierre, if you get your call, take it so we can wrap up because we lost Jupor.
I'm taking that last call because I promised to call him back. He called several times. George Nubo, you are the last caller, George Nubo.
Oh, okay. Am I on?
Yes, sir, you are on.
Okay. Thanks for returning my call. I don't beat on people only whenever I find out that they are doing the wrong thing. I pat on their back when they do the right thing.
Yes, sir.
I enjoyed the show yesterday. You know, I've been harsh on the party leadership on the ground.
Okay.
And also on the leadership here in the U.S. Even though I'm not a member of Unity Party, but I'm GMB supporter.
Yes, sir.
So thanks. And when the incident took place, one of GMB supporter called me. I said, I know how the man could not move his left hand. I said, even if the man is in a wheelchair, I would still support him. When I came to the U.S., I was in Georgia. There was a guy. He was a state senator. He became Secretary of State. He became U.S. Senator called Matt Cleland. He was in a wheelchair. But the people of Georgia knew that he could deliver. So they elected him. So what happened to GMB? I was not disappointed. I think that things should rally behind him because he is the one who will take us to the promised land. Thank you.
You live in Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah, I live in Pennsylvania, but I was in Tennessee for years.
No, I just asked that question because I wanted to say something about those who run around with all this stupidness about public safety.
Oh, yes, I'm in Philadelphia.
Pennsylvania, during the just ended midterm election in the U.S., elected a senator in a person who was a stroke victim, John Fetterman.
Yes.
John Fetterman got stroke during the period of the campaign. There were even talks about whether the Democrat could change the ticket or do what. They stood with John Fetterman. They were talking about debate. Some people, the men asked to go to debate, even forced to go to debate. If votes were not coming up, the American people who live in Pennsylvania still elect him because they know what he can do. I just bringing it all to tell the people who run around with JMB nonsense. If John Fetterman struggling to recover from stroke could be elected because they put trust in, if JMB is in wheelbarrow, we'll vote for him. That's the point I wanted to make, for which I mentioned that Fetterman issue. Because I live in Pennsylvania, I followed the election. I was feeling very sorry for Fetterman. Fetterman has stroke, struggling. The people said, this is the man we want. He will be our senator in the U.S. Congress. They elected him. So you'll be wasting your time all around the place talking garbage. Thank you. And let me take the last one and we end. Follow the last one, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring myself to Liberia politics as I see many people going to try to follow the step in politics. I'm a very young age when the U.S. government requested that President Taylor should leave government. A very young group of gentlemen that go on the street and went to the American Embassy. I was in that group. And he finally left a day later, a week later.
And then from there, child welfare Bruskin were coming to Liberia to contest. In that group again, we went at a free poll to get him. And that organization was established. And when the election came, I voted for him in the second round for Eddie. And from there, I started to follow Mama Eddie and Unity Party until we started to move on. And then I came to the United States when the election was for Georgia and the term. And I then had the opportunity to encourage my family to go for the Unity Party. I'm saying this, all of the time that I spent in Liberia politics, I didn't hear the need and the comments. I didn't hear it. I heard a lot of other people that stay running today in Liberia politics. To see this federal running to our country, to say you're going to spend money, and people should leave DMV out. People should leave Taiwan out. People should leave even his very supporter, Musa Berete out and take him. I get very disappointed in that. I'm saying this because Alexander Cummings wanted to be Liberia president and spending money. Tomorrow when he becomes president, every dime that he spent, the request already to beat him everything that they will refinance our visa or refinance. But that is the biggest thing in America to refinance. So I just try to say that Liberian people will have to be very careful with Alexander Cummings. I like he can serve Liberia in other capacity, but for the presidency, you got to look at people that started to climb the step from down, and they finally reached up there. I see people stepping, Taiwan Congo is stepping right beyond DMV. I am a strong supporter of Taiwan. If Taiwan don't make it, I know GMD is going to make it. So I just got to bring that idea out to say to the team, don't keep fighting. Don't fight.
Thank you.
Especially,
thank you,
stop all the argument. We'll make it.
Thank you. Okay, Stevie, you said it far now. I finished because your color, they're all making plans in my color can finish. And these people are getting changed, though. You're not happy that we're giving them change. When we tell you again, you say we're not paying attention to the color, they tell you, you're making flower. My color finish now.
Our people, when you take the call, that trouble. You take the call, they talk completely. Well, I mean, it's been a good show, especially the fact that we can come here and talk about Liberia was good that we have Andrew join us all the way there in Liberia. Also, Andrew, don't be a stranger here. You have to make this your regular. I enjoy your conversation. Enjoy the fact that you could, shed light on what's happening to our people in Cape Mount. I'm from that side, from my mom's side. I'm from Bombing. So I'm closer to Cape Mount. We sought refuge in Cape Mount during the war.
Wow.
Yeah, we're in Cape Mount, we're in Bombing, then Cape Mount, before going to Freetown during the 1990 war. So yeah, I have a strong tie with that western part of the country. But it's good that you can join us to talk about Liberia, to talk about, and I know your passion. I remember many days at the university we had this conversation, and we told people that somebody asked me, I say, well, today is the tomorrow we spoke about yesterday.
Yeah.
Growing up as young men at the university, we had this fire in our belly. Wanted to see a better Liberia. Wanted to see a country we could all be proud of.
Stephen, I hold your phone because we don't have a lot of female calling, and I got a female on the line. Let's just put
okay,
yeah, female, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Palma. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to appreciate you guys for taking off your time, being here and devoting those hours to this process. I just want to say it's much appreciated. And P.I., thanks for just being the tough talking person you are, straight to the point. You don't bite and blow. I think you're actually the dean of student of this particular school. Dean of student there. The dean, the student used to be afraid of the dean, more than the principal. But we just appreciate it. But I do have a concern, and that would be directed to Mo Ali, as being a former head in the party. Why is it that at this point we don't have the guys that are in higher position in the Unity Party coming to the class reloaded at this point in time to sell GMB more? Because this is one of the shows, I would say, quote unquote, that is exclusively for GMB, and the Unity Party leadership should make use of this particular platform. There shouldn't be a point in time where Stephen will be looking for guests around. There are a lot of people that have a lot of things to offer within our party. And what are they doing now? Like I said, always from the time I voted in Liberia, I signed up with Unity Party, and I've never been with any other political party. My thing is the Unity Party is very slow when it comes to promotional aspect. If not for the class reloaded, we wouldn't have anything ongoing now. And maybe a lot of you guys will be on a lot of talk shows wherein people will be looking down on you guys. My other point will be that, Mo Ali, I know you visit a lot of platforms, you got some political ambition, but I think you need to encourage most of your friends that are running through to make use of the platform in this particular point in time. Invite more guests, and let's make it this a little bit interactive. Even Stephen, when you don't have a guest, maybe you can serve as a guest. You work in the government, you can tell us what the UP government did at one point in time. We can just go over a lot of the achievements we've had. That would be a very good point. I would have to leave now because my baby is crying. I don't want to disturb, but thank you.
Thank you. Good point. I hope the party leadership and all the people you directed your advice to, I hope that they were listening. I hope they were. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Stephen, so you're going to continue with closing.
Yeah, so let's close. And as I was saying,
she made a lot of reference to Mo, unfortunately Mo.
Yeah,
already
lost Mo.
I don't know whether he
Yeah, I know you were listening in the back end. As I was saying, Maja, we all at the university, we know the passion we have for this country, what we wanted to see, how we some of us, of course, opposed the Taylor government. Judy Bryant came. I was very active in the student struggle during the Judy Bryant administration. We led the concerned student movement after the university was closed. Got back, got elected in student government, and all of those things happened. But it's good that we can today come here and have a conversation about Liberia, and 6 years later can talk about another election. I remember after the first round, we met in Cape Town. We went to some towns and we had some town hall conversation with the locals. And I remember hearing what they said. They expressed their frustration. They expressed their disappointment. And those were legitimate concerns. Those were legitimate concerns from our people. And I hope that by October this year, we can all rally together to correct some of those wrongs. So it was good to have it. So let's just go around quickly in a minute each, just do your closing so that we can wrap this up. It's almost 4 hours. Since we've been here, I know you guys in Monrovia got to go to bed. It's almost midnight in Liberia. So let me go with Andrew first. Andrew will go to Paul, Pastor Ho, and Pierre.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it was a healthy discussion, and once we want to see Liberia a better place, we have to have this discussion. It's better for us to have a discussion than to go by in the bushes and fighting and so forth. So it's good. I'm open up anytime you're ready. Just let me know. I'm willing to come on to share my own perspective. But I focus on most of my work. 85% of my media work is focused on Cape Mount, and that's how selfish I am. So yeah, anytime there's an issue pertaining to Cape Mount, call me anytime. I'm willing. I don't even have to look at paper. I will tell you exactly what is happening in Cape Mount. As I speak, I don't sleep. Everything that happened in Cape Mount, I'm informed about it. I'm photograph videos and everything is sent to me. It's like almost like I'm the superintendent for the country. So that I get so tired. Everything people got to call me. I said, but you get your country authority, why I can call them? I mean, why I'll be calling everything. So that's it. We have to do this because we have a responsibility. This country have degenerated to a level where if we don't fight, right now we're fighting for our children because we're already in our future. So that's it. Thank you so much. It was nice. It was nice being on the show. Thank you.
I mean, your Cape Mount internet not bad at all. I mean, with that few fluctuation you have, I'm surprised that you were in Cape Mount, you have a stable internet.
It's okay.
With your Edward Como Sacco hat.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, let me bring Jupor back. Jupor, your closing.
Yeah, so I just want to tell the team thank you, and I'm actually grateful. And Reverend Mo actually reached out to me later today. Thank you so much, Chief. And Chief William actually reached out to me, sent me $10 for scratch cards, and I was saying thank you, Chief. Yeah, so I'm grateful, and happy weekend to all of us.
Thank you. Yeah, and I hope you enjoy your weekend there in Banga City there. We'll connect when we come to Monrovia. We'll connect. We'll be in town for the voter registration. We'll connect with you. Hopefully we will have. I'm good. Y'all can hear me? Yeah. Hopefully we'll come to Banga there and have a show on the radio station there in Banga so that we can talk more about Liberia, talk more about JMB. I hope we can all be in town at the same time so that way it makes it better. The class just go to a radio station in Liberia and just talk about our leader and our party and why we're supporting. But Pastor Mo.
Yeah.
So how long you talk? Depend how long you stay.
No, I'm not going to talk. It has been a great show, and I want to say thank you to our many listeners there in Radio Land. I want to say thank you to our many Facebook viewers. Tonight in Liberia happens to be the wakekeeping of little injured Nangbe that was killed or that died on her school trip in Buchanan, and the family posted she's going to be buried with all justice. Also, there's a little girl, 17 years old, was allegedly killed by a 12 years old. These things continue to happen in our nation. It is because the government is insensitive and the government cannot protect its citizens. And the government was elected to protect and provide security for its citizens. There is no reason why George Weah and his criminal gangs should be given a second term. I say this to every Liberians, home and abroad, and I want to thank those youth that mounted the street yesterday to embrace Honorable Joe Boakai. I say thank you to you all. To those that are still in a land, in a wonderland thinking, I say it is time. Come on board. You don't have to be a Unity Party partisan, but we are on a rescue mission to rescue Liberia. Thank you very much, and you all have a great weekend. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pastor Mo. Pia, take us home.
So let me say that God does not like ugly. Just a few weeks ago, we're all on our knees praying for Samuel 12. Because what was about to happen to him was a situation that no family will wish to face, especially his innocent children. I'm told 12 kids that are still babies. Some of us, I got a son that is 27 years old. I got a daughter that is 25 years old. With my other two young kids, 12 and 8 respectively. I'm told he got a bunch of babies. So imagine the father and the mother of those babies dying together. That's the situation 12 were faced with. I remember Senator Nyobli Kanga made a special post appealing to Liberians for sympathy and empathy, and praying for Tue and his wife. Tue's brother is my good friend Norris. I was in touch with Norris, through Norris trying to reach out to him and expressing my prayers. I haven't seen those posts that people are making reference to, but to be hearing from Pazawi and others that Tue has been posting negatively about Wakai, I'm wondering how this is supposed to be the finance minister of the republic. The country's economy is in the mess. People are suffering in that country because of the economic lapses. I thought those are enough responsibilities that we should be thinking about rather than being a Facebook actor and celebrating somebody's sickness and whatever. So if it is true that he's doing that, then I have lost further respect for Samuel Twain. That means he's a beast, not a human being. God cannot rescue you a few days ago and you come celebrating somebody else's problem. Look, to the actors who were concerned about what we said, you got to know what we're passing through. When I said I was going to respond to the doorbell, my daughter is as young as 8. It's almost 10 minutes from the house, even though it's in the same complex. But it's almost 10 minutes to where the bus dropped her. It is always my responsibility to walk to that bus stop and bring her home. Sometimes we get buried in the show and forget about those responsibilities. I heard the doorbell ringing before I realized that I didn't pause to go and collect my daughter. In 10 minutes between where she stopped and the house, anything could happen to her. I have a responsibility to her first. She's my baby. These are some of the situations we're facing because we want to do what we're doing for the country. Some people misunderstand it. I heard that there are some folks who sit down in Monrovia and say, UP people fighting for Joseph Boakai because they're desperate, they want to come back to power. That they were in power, they didn't do anything for themselves, and they're desperate to come back. Those are the people in society we got to be careful about. These are the people who believe that government is a place to make millionaires. And they try to make mockery of people who serve in government before and serve honestly, and they didn't amass wealth. They don't have millions that they can't account for. So people think they can make mockery of it. Those are the people you should be afraid of. Because their mentality is already that government is a place to make money. I've always told people, if you want to make money, go to somewhere else, not government. The reason why, even some of us who serve in government before got a voice to talk today, because we serve with credibility, we serve with integrity, our records are clear. Because imagine I in opposition attacking this government. Imagine if they had dead on me. Or they had dead on Stevie or Mo Ali. They'll bring it out. There are many people who are political actors yesterday who are afraid to talk about the things that are happening in our country because they got rope on their neck. The other thing we hear about you here, you talk, we come after you. And no government is supposed to run like that. If people broke the public trust, why are you not holding them accountable, hiding the information and using the blackmail and say when you talk, we do this? Some of us serve in government. We serve honestly. We live within the confines of what we deserve and what we work for. And we didn't have to be millionaire. We're successful. If I got back from here, I go in a plane and go back to Liberia, I'm not going to somebody's house and say, let me spend the night in your place, or I'm not going to hotel. I'm going to my official residence. If I even take it from Monrovia to my county, because there are 2 places I have interest in. Monrovia, where's the place everybody will sit down to do their hustle, and the county you come from. When I go in my country, I got a place that is even more comfortable than the place in Monrovia. I built my family. My kids are okay. You see, my daughters here that we're talking about, they want to go to school. That's success. If that is not success, and why somebody think to be success is I'm supposed to be a millionaire because I work in government, I want to go there. See one doctor to work on their brain because I don't want people to go to government for. But yeah, the thing is okay because McGill then came to power and after 2 months they started buying $250,000 house. Jefferson Koji, who couldn't feed themselves, they are millionaires today. And these are the people the society clap for. Sick nation. Only a sick nation will do that. When the people do this thing, your goal should be to hold them accountable. Don't hail them and try to make mockery of people who were honest in their service to the nation. And without supporting JMB because we want job. No. I am fully educated. And I have deep job experience. I ran a whole NGO before I became a government official, the National Child Rights Observatory Group. I was a school teacher, taught in the Catholic school system, one of the best teachers in the system. I was an ordinary civil servant at the highest level in the Ministry of Gender. I was an assistant minister, I was a deputy minister. I was an acting minister. I got double masters, international relations and public administration, one of them from an Ivy League university, Harvard University, from the Harvard Kennedy School. So for somebody to assume that with all this preparation, all these qualities, that I'm depending on government before I can survive, that person needs to see a doctor. What we do is because we want the best for our country. Joseph Boakai does not owe me job when he wins the election. But then he just create a country that is so free and stable that people can utilize their potential. We know he can do that, that's why we support him. The CDC cannot do that. Look at what is happening. Even the people who follow them, James Barney, Prince George, everybody saying they've not created a single job. That's what we're talking about. And when you leave the cross of that matter, you're talking about, oh, the United Party people pushing Joseph Boakai because they're desperate to come out of power. You better just re-examine yourself and see whether you're normal or you need to see a doctor. Stephen Johnson had a whole family here. Some of you people who say, they come to America and go visit your home and see whether he looks like somebody who is wanting. If you know people, you know the lives they're living, and only because they're not displaying as millionaire with money that you expect them to steal from government, so you think things not okay with them, something got to be wrong with you. I always tell people, look at this by physical morphology, and that's how I will close. Look at this by physical morphology from where I sit. Take this morphological look of mine, compare it with all the other looks that you know about me when I was assistant minister, deputy minister, press secretary. You will see that there is total transformation. I wish as a government official I could have this kind of body. Unfortunately, I was in government and still looking that way. Many people in government currently looking, they're not even working for money. And you see how I look? If that doesn't tell you that I'm better off than when I was in your so-called government, then something got to be wrong with you. On that note, pay attention to those who believe that government is a place to get rich. Whether now or in the future, don't allow them to come anywhere near government because their motives are already evil. Thank you, Stevie.
Thank you, Pierre. Thank you. And I think you said it best. And one of the things I'd like to just add before we wrap up is, it's funny how the very same persons who, or the very same group of people who talk about other people want to come back to power, are the very same people that are supporting the MPP as the vice stand-up bearer in the CDC. Yes, the MPP that led the country into the abyss, into the path, into the valley of destruction. But yet and still, they don't have problem that Joy Howard Taylor, who was the wife of Charles Taylor, the first lady under one of the most despotic regimes in our history, she's vice president in Liberia. Nobody has a problem with that because nobody remembers that the MPP were in power before. So how can you support the MPP to come to power under the disguise of Joy Howard Taylor as vice president, part of a government that led Liberia into chaos, but at the same time opposing a legitimate government that transformed Liberia, went into opposition, and wanting to legitimately come back to power through the democratic means? In America, if you made that argument, somebody will ask you whether you have mental health issues, to argue that because the Democrats are in power and after Biden leaves, no other Democrat will take power, or that no Republican who served before mean the Republican Party shouldn't come back to power. No, that's not how democracy works. Make your case. It's not because you're there before me you can come back. That argument is one of the stupidest arguments I've ever heard. Political parties are established to compete for state power on one end, and when they do win, to help transform their country. And so if they lose, they come back. If they win and serve, they still come back. That's the essence of democracy. That's the essence of political governance. That's why you see Biden is here. Who was there before? Republican. Who's fighting to come back? They seen Donald Trump, who was just there the other day. How come nobody's saying, why are you coming back for? Why you can retire? Because they know that it is the cycle. You come, you serve, you leave. The next man makes it his or her case. They come, they serve, and leave. That's the essence of democracy. That's the essence of political power. That's the essence why political parties are established. And so when you make this stupid case that why the UP people want to come back, you're essentially saying that once you serve before, don't never come back. Then Drew Howard Taylor should never be anywhere near power. Her government led Liberia into chaos. Her husband was part of the tragedy that befell our nations. Her husband was part of a government, or led a government that Miam people turned out kids into warlords, into killing machines, raped young babies, turned young ladies into wives at an early stage. She was first lady. She went to bed every night with somebody who was unleashing that kind of terror on innocent Liberians. Her husband established the anti-terrorist unit meant to institute fear into Liberians. Many nights we went to bed worried. Many nights we went to bed in fear as we went to the university, in fear when President Taylor was going to a program. Armed men, across the street at different street corners. Some of our colleagues got beaten by ATU for no reason. Absolutely no reason. I remember one of my friends, Dorato, he's here in Maryland, arrested because they were sitting down to a shop drinking beer, and the group of generals came there and said, while they're drinking beer because bombing had fallen, so they needed to conscript them to take them to the butchers. Cyril Allen came at the university campus and said that the president should conscript university students to go fight war. This is, and yet instead, I don't hear nobody talk about Jua. Nobody has any issue with Jua. But you have issue with Joseph Boakai. You have issue with Joseph Boakai, but not Jua. And your only issue with Joseph Boakai is he served 12 years as vice president in the government. But Drew Howard Taylor was 6 years, first lady. Her husband led the country, looted Liberia, raped women, killed babies. But you're quiet because you're not hiding behind the gospel and this women's rights. And you think she's innocent, but you can give her power for 6 years after she been first lady for 6 years. But you don't have issue. But you have issue with Joseph Boakai. Except because he worked for 12 years, vice president, he served his country. This is hypocrisy to the highest order.
So to the National Bank, not just 6 years. First
exactly.
lady.
She was at the National Bank, when it was National Bank. For the last 25 years, Joel has been part of the system that has exploited Liberians. From National Bank, first lady became senator for Bon County. Show me one law she has passed in the interest of young women, of young children in Liberia. But your thing is okay that she can go back to power, but an honest man who serves people diligently, with integrity and honesty, cannot and should not. On that note, we come to an end, another edition of the program, The Class Reloaded. We'll be back here, God's willing, on Monday with another fresh edition. We'll come to you live on Bushra Radio FM 98.1 in Monserrado, Premier FM 98.1 in Banga. Radio Tupa FM 89.1 in Grand Paso County, Voice of Lofa FM 99.3 in Lofa, Radio Joy Africa FM 97.5 in Makibi, and of course Voice of Compa FM 106.5 all the way there in Compa City, Lima County. It's been a very pleasant day. I'd like to say thanks to all of those who follow us via Facebook, those who've been listening to us on the radio, on YouTube, and everywhere. We love you. We're here because you're here, and we'll always be here. It's the weekend. It's Friday. One of the best days of the week.
4 hours, 6 minutes. That's a lot of time.
4 hours, 6 minutes sitting down one place talking about Liberia. But this is what we have to do, and this is why we get frustrated when we want you to play your part. All playing it together. That teamwork is dream work.
You going home tonight or you sleep into the studio?
I just sleep into the studio for my morning news program.
Okay.
Bless God.
It's really late.
Oh, bless God for you. Okay. Yeah, man, but it's been a good show. I'll play a few. I'll be playing one around the women. So, you guys have a good day. And I will see you on Monday. God bless you all, man.
Double defense, triple defense. Hey! But remember, God is not the time on us defensive. He's warming up, Babette is warming up. Yeah, he's jogging, and the crowd is cheering. Wow, the but one thing I want to tell you, Babette, it's chocolate defense. Chocolate defense, how you? You getting got a bit, Waka chocolate defense. You getting got a bit, Waka chocolate defense. Player, no Papa is a very, very good driver. No matter what kind of defense you build, no me will give you bevel. Oh me will give you karapuke. Hey, oh me will give you Greeky kaka. What I watch? Hey, when it comes to, we gonna when it comes to, you don't fall, but you come back away. You come back away. You go better way. Hey, you getting got a bit. Waka chocolate defense. You getting got a bit. Waka chocolate defense. The game is on, and everybody's watching a game. The game is very hot, people been entertained. The ball comes to Joseph Waka. The omen balance, he praised the ball. Move it. I see 6 opposition attack the Baba. The omen is very skillful. He getting put in the kikara. I see them confused, don't know where to go. They didn't even see the ball. They hit moving, longing behind, opposition behind. Now Mbappe moving, and he borrowed with 4 defenders, and he beat the defenders. 6 defenders, and he beat the defenders. Then he kicks, and it's a goal. Hey, chocolate defense. defense. Money for parents and skillful player. Hey, again, gotta be. Again, gotta be. Again, gotta be. Waka chakra the defense. Again, gotta be. Again, gotta be. Again, gotta be. Waka chakra the defense. Great people of Liberia, I want to introduce somebody to you. A man of impeccable character. He's a reconciler, developmental oriented, man of integrity, principle, knowledgeable and experience. Join him, let's move this country forward. Hey, please be Joseph Waka. Hey, the president Joseph Waka, that Joseph Waka, that Joseph Waka, the president Joseph Waka. Let us join them Waka, and together we can change Liberia. Love Liberia, and we all can build Liberia. Again, gotta be. Again, gotta be. Again, gotta be. Waka chakra the defense. Again, gotta be. Again, gotta be. Again, gotta be. Waka chakra the defense.
It's all in the game. It's all in the game. Here, there, and everywhere. The people keep on crying. The people just keep on crying. It's not fair. And we going nowhere. Nowhere. All the big